Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover with Matt Josh.
Hi, guys.
Hi, guys.
Hey, how you doing?
How are you?
Awesome.
Great. I'm great. I'm glad to hear that.
Mhm.
I'm awesome as well. I'm
So
bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
So what, after talking about it with the guys after yesterday afternoon in the crossover, what's your stance on the bubble ledge now?
I like it. I think it's cool.
What did they think of it?
I think John complained about it. He very much was like, they're all going to break, and he was very like,
Oh,
worried.
so he's worried about the bobbleheads.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Why are they going to break?
He didn't say it in like a concerned manner. He said it more in a like, they're all gonna break. You know, like he said it more in like a
Big smile.
yeah, in like an angry tone. He wasn't like, well, they're all gonna break. He was like, they're all gonna break. You know, he said it more angrily.
Which is fine.
yeah.
But how would they break?
Somebody's
People are
hit
gonna
'em.
bump into them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's me. It's how would they break? It's me. My fat butt will knock into Mike Gabinet, and he'll fall down. It'll be
Yeah.
disastrous.
Which,
you know,
but that actually doesn't seem that disastrous. It's they're here because they're sort of expendable.
it's actually it's pretty. If when I have my camera on, you can see some of like the storm chasers. A lot of these are storm chasers. by
I
the
think it
way.
adds some character.
I think it does. I like it. I'm cool with it.
Thank you.
The only thing that I immediately thought was I can't put my stuff on the ledge as much anymore. But there's a whole other ledge to the left, and push comes to shove, I can just put it on top of the cooler.
We'll fill
So,
those in with bobbleheads.
Yeah, it'll be fine. I'll bring a couple bobbleheads when I go home. I'll try and wrap some up and bring some back because they're just sitting in a basement right now.
Speaking of the storm chasers,
Yes.
so you emceed last night.
No, I
Oh.
did not.
Why?
I went and I shadowed the MCs and the
Oh.
fine people.
Well, tell us about it. How'd it go?
It was great. I didn't try to get like overly involved. Like I was kind of shadowing at a distance, and I kind of they gave me the script, and I found out how detailed everything was when it comes to the storm chasers in terms of everything on the PA and the MCs and all of the things are planned out. It was pretty cool to have
It is
that.
planned out.
Yeah, it's very. But
Is
like,
that contrary to popular belief?
no, but like color coordinated,
You
and
thought they
every
just showed up and rolled the ball out the plate?
no. I'm just saying it's all very. It's really regimented, and I don't think you know how regimented it is until you fully get like the full manual
It
in your
makes
hands.
sense to me.
It does make sense, but I think as somebody who's never experienced
Sure.
what goes on in
If
a
you need a good audio book, because I know you like audiobooks,
Yeah,
at some
I'll get
point
back
you might
into it.
finish whatever. Ryan McGee. You're familiar with
yeah,
Ryan McGee?
I've interviewed Ryan McGee with Josh Peterson.
He wrote a book about his time being an intern over for the Asheville Tourists of minor league baseball.
Okay, yeah,
And his book is absolutely hilarious about working in minor league baseball. And you learn that like everything has to be done, organized, prepped in a certain, because otherwise there's no way to be successful.
yeah.
There's too many things that absolutely will go wrong, no matter how well prepped you are for everything that you're doing. But I think especially if you're going to do more stuff with the storm chasers, but as a burgeoning baseball guy,
Yeah.
you might like this book. And Ryan McGee narrates it, which makes it even more awesome.
I was very impressed with the operation. I was very impressed with seeing what goes behind the scene to run that entire thing, and it was a great time. I had a lot of fun. You'll be proud of me. I put down dates in a calendar. I opened up a calendar.
I would hope so.
I opened
You
up.
didn't want to just use your messenger app as
I
your
opened
calendar?
up calendar dates. Look, and I put a bunch of stuff in there and whatever. There was at one point I agreed to a date, and Marty Cordero goes, "Don't you have BROR that day?" And I go, "Yes, I do.
Dear
Thank you
God.
for reminding me."
You're going to want to put Big Red Overreaction in your calendar.
I'm
too.
going to put Big Red Overreactions in my calendar.
Good.
So it was a great time. I had a ton of fun.
Well, we have obtained exclusive video from last night's Omaha Storm Chasers game.
Yeah.
While Matt said he was not very involved, he did grab the microphone and commandeer the seventh inning stretch.
I did do the seventh. I've always wanted to do a seventh inning stretch.
But are we prepared to see/hear how this went?
Go ahead.
I think so. I'm not.
No, that was a question for Josh.
It's a skill I'm rusty on, but
You think we can play it?
let's give it a whirl.
All right. We're going to see. Hopefully it doesn't give mega feedback in our ears. Here is Matt at Warner Park last night singing for all of his adoring fans. Yeah, let's get some runs.
I did say that afterwards. At
a Cubs
at
thing.
the old ball game, I go, let's get some runs. And then I was done. I had a great time. It was awesome.
That voice is unmistakable.
Yeah. I did admittedly have to they were like,
It's better than mine.
they're all standing there. They're all like the great people. There's like 4 promotions people are all kind of standing there, and they're like, oh, we got to dang it. Like they were kind of like, oh, dang it. Like who's going to do the 7th inning stretch? Like they didn't have anybody specific. They're like, we have to find people. And I was standing there. I was like, I'll do it. Like no big deal.
That's not what they meant,
What do you mean?
Well, usually they try like find people like in the crowd, like fans.
Yeah.
And you were just like,
I'll do it. and they were like, okay. They were like, fine.
Yeah.
And then
Which is
Yeah,
fine.
you
And
gave him
then-
an easy answer.
And then Emma, who was the MC, who I was shadowing the night, she was great. She was awesome. And she was like, do you want me to say that you like host a radio show or something like that? And I was like, nope.
Absolutely not.
Nope. Just go.
Nope.
This is Matt.
This
And
is not about me.
she goes, perfect. I don't have to say more things. I was like, great.
Nice.
So that's what happened.
And you grabbed it. She broke the number 1 rule, which is don't give up the microphone.
She said that she was going to give me the mic or something like that.
Yeah.
She trusted me in terms of like,
That's a
I'm
mistake.
well, more so than a fan who doesn't typically speak in a microphone.
Do you think you're prepared to take on this gargantuan challenge?
I think I am. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm very.
Do you know the sponsors?
They give you a great script. I was actually going to ask you some things off the air in terms of like,
Ask them right now.
yeah. Did you bring note cards ever?
Occasionally, I would fill some things out to write name. The reason that I have paper in my hand is to remember names.
Okay.
Names of people that
Yeah.
are playing in these contests. Because, everybody's named Brock,
Sure.
and Jackson. And so
Bryson.
we got a Brody and a Levi yesterday, and I was like,
Everybody's
this is-
named Brock.
Yeah. We got a
You
Brody.
all go weeks without meeting or talking to a Brock.
Yeah.
you've met a 9-year-old named Brock before.
Yes,
Schaefer.
of
Probably,
course.
but not everybody's named
The
Brock.
the amount of like
Jackson's a good one.
I would go up here in Nebraska and then up in like northern Minnesota. The amount of hunters and chases.
Yeah, you talked about this.
It's crazy how many people they love to
When
hunt.
they're all
And,
bigger than you, small Chicago.
yes, but so many people just love to hunt and chase in this area of the country, and they feel like they have to name their children after
Absolutely.
those verbs. So it's yeah, we got a
Where
Brody
was
and a
there a
Levi.
kid? Where was there a kid recently that was named Easton McGee? Is that like a college football quarterback?
There's an Easton stick.
I know that.
Well,
but
yeah.
Easton McGee, which is literally what I would call someone
who liked Easton a lot.
If I was making fun of someone who played baseball in elementary school, like, what are you, Easton McGee?
Connor, that's a Kansas City Royal.
Yes, he's in the minor leagues.
Yeah.
Is he playing for the Storm Chasers right now?
I believe so, yes.
Shout out to Easton McGee if you're listening out there. What a great name.
I don't know if this guy, he was playing yesterday for the Rochester Red Wings. And I don't know if he was a former MLB or if he's just like a minor league
Tell me
guy.
the name.
Seaver King.
Yeah, he's a
I've heard of
first round
Seaver
pick
King.
from Wake Forest.
Okay. I thought that was a
Pretty good
Like
infielder.
Tom
He'll probably
Seaver.
be with the Nationals next year.
I thought that was a great Seaver King.
Yeah.
Just sounds like a baseball name.
Do you want to be named after Tom Seaver? Yes,
Yeah.
of course you do.
Yeah. No, it was I don't know, Sawyer. I've only ever met like one Sawyer before, but that's a
Sawyer's
strong
a popular name.
Sawyers
that's a
are happening.
strong name.
You'll probably run into some Sawyers out at Warner Park.
I probably will.
One thing that you'll realize is that the children know what's going on. The young people, they're very, very well aware, and they will ask you. So this is a good test. They will ask you, "Can I say something on the microphone?"
No.
Just no.
Ah, come on, be cool.
You're not. You're not. Are you committed to everyone having fun?
No, I'm sorry, buddy. I can't do that. But
Oh,
you
don't
know,
call him buddy.
But what do you want me to say something? What do you want me to say?
I want you to do whatever you feel.
Are you doing a podcast?
My radio show is a podcast. Do you like podcasts?
Is this a live stream?
No, we're not live streaming. But I think your mom's going to take a video.
Is this on right now?
Yeah,
Can
I was gonna say, are you on air right now?
Yeah. No, you can say something to the microphone. Here, say
Where's
something.
the bathroom?
That's a good one. I use that one.
Yeah.
I use that one to the kids. Go ahead, say something.
Say something.
Yeah,
yeah, they can hear it.
I always ask them, and it freaks them out.
I want my mom.
I always ask them, yeah, sure. What do you want to say? And they're like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Nobody ever has an answer to that
They
question.
just want to say something to the microphone.
I was like, yeah, that's what I thought. B.
Yeah.
And then I leave.
They're like,
You
is
know?
this going to be on TV? If you do something cool enough, maybe it will be.
You never know.
Never know.
Yeah, you always got to leave the door a little bit ajar.
Exactly. You can't shut out their dreams.
Uh-huh.
This is good training. This is good training.
Can I have a baseball?
I don't know. We can maybe figure that out. I don't know.
Good. That's
Oh,
not
okay.
bad.
I'll follow you around the rest of the game
Yeah.
until I get that baseball.
You will get asked for baseball.
Yeah. I mean,
You better go find a baseball.
should I just bring baseball? Should I buy baseballs from Shields?
You should not.
Okay.
Chances are
That was a joke, by the way.
That
I wasn't
little kid
actually
will
thinking
have
about
The
buying
problem
baseball.
is your joke seemed very
I know this is always a
realistic
problem.
to what you might
This
be
is always a
doing.
problem I've run into where it's like I try and be sarcastic or I try and people actually think I'm being an idiot, which is very, maybe I have to look myself in the mirror.
No, I think the problem isn't that you're being an idiot or anything like that. The problem is that people could see you actually doing it.
That's me being an idiot.
you have the Shields card.
You
do.
present yourself in such a way that you would be the sort of guy who would show up at a baseball game.
That's exactly
with baseballs to hand out to kids.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I don't like that people think I would do that.
You're like the guy
ridiculous thing.
downtown with the roses.
Oh my God. I had my first run in with him. And
they
that
made a documentary about him. That's how beloved he is.
he's
You
beloved.
could be the baseball guy.
Is he he's
You could be the baseball
he's
guy.
beloved? The Roses guy is beloved?
If you're not in a radius of him, yes, I think people
if you're-
remember him fondly, but do not interact fondly.
If you've
with him.
only heard of him,
Yeah.
he's awesome.
He's as someone who's interacted with him, I'm very shocked to find out he's beloved.
You should talk to the people here about the promotions budget. Get some middays with Matt baseballs made,
Oh my God.
and then you just roll around Omaha and hand them out to just people. Like you're out to dinner and you see a couple looking like they're on a date. Wander over,
Here you go.
give them a middays
Here's
with
the
Matt
baseball.
baseball,
yeah.
and be like, "Hey, I would love if you listen to the show. We're on from 10 to 2."
It's a good promotional item.
That would actually be
How about a
can you-
sleeve of golf balls?
Can you imagine if
Everybody loves baseballs.
Can you imagine if I got
The golf ball thing we probably should have nailed down before the tournament.
I got
could've been a Could have been a good one.
like Joe's personal card. I got his business card, and
Yeah.
so
We're saying that your business card is just a baseball.
I think that'd be sick, and it had like my number, my title,
makes
my
sense.
email, like everything. But I
You're
just
a
give out
sports talk
baseballs.
host. You shouldn't have a
I shouldn't have a business card. I should give out
now
baseballs.
imagine you're going to one of those places where they tell you to put your card in the fish bowl and then they pull it out. You put a baseball in there,
They're
you
gonna
got
grab
a
it.
way better chance of having it pulled out.
Great point.
They're
I
gonna
think
grab
this is a great
Never thought of
idea.
that.
I
it.
think
Oh,
it's
is
a
that
great
a
idea.
four-seam grip? Pull that thing out right there. Oh, look, it's Matt
And
McMaster.
again, you're becoming more of a baseball guy, so you
Yeah.
got to lean into this.
What if it had the dots on it?
Well-
To where to put your fingers?
Yeah, and you
I
could just
really
see
want
it.
to get that.
They're like, I really like a change up. So actually, if you want to see the card better, you got to put your fingers like that.
Oh, that's good. Like it tells a secret depending on what grip you have.
Yes. There's a different point of information.
Yeah.
Like you can't see where
It's
you
almost
can,
like a hologram.
you can't see if I wanted to give you my email, I'll do a splitter grip, and that way you can see it right there.
See,
But if I
if
wanted
even-
to see my number, I'll give you a 2-seam grip.
It's more expensive, but if you had it like this, where each ball had a different take on it, and if you had fastball takes, but then you could have some changeup takes,
Change up takes.
slider takes that
Yeah.
nobody would see coming.
Yeah, like a fastball take would be like Nebraska's going to go 5-7. That'll hit you right in the face. But like a changeup take would be like, I think Joe and Lori and Little Women should have been together the entire time. And you're like, oh wow, what a changeup! Matt has an emotional take about a movie.
Dude,
Little
if
Women.
I
where did
was
this
sitting
come
at a restaurant and some guy came up to me, gave me a baseball, and that baseball said, he left, and that baseball said on it, What did you just say?
Joe and Lori should have been together in Little Women.
I would chase that person, and I would say, "Sir,
Chuck the baseball.
Sir, who are you? We have to
That's
talk.
the point.
We have
that's,
to
that's the point.
on the other side.
Exactly. And you go, wow, this guy's got range. And I was like, here, you want to see my other balls?
And then you I'm just imagining this scene where you're walking down the street and you're looking for the guy who gave you this baseball, and then you see him driving his crappy car down the street and he's waving out the window. Yep, check me out.
I want to think of a different phrase to say to people.
10-2.
Here, you don't like that? Here, you can have this one. You're like, oh my God, you think Tim Duncan's the greatest basketball player of all time?
I now want you to personalize your license plate and have it say 10-2.
10-2.
And then the gold ball, like the golden ticket, is the soup ball.
Yeah.
And it has all the soups on it.
Oh, man.
Just name of all of the soups I've
Here's a
ever had.
recipe for clam
Clam
chowder,
chowder.
chimichangas.
Yeah.
I was looking at a menu yesterday and it had a corn chowder on there. I was like, I bet Matt would order this.
You know what? It's funny. Like one baseball just has Matt's ribs, and then it's just all of my steps to make the ribs that I like.
That's not bad.
Don't in parentheses and
This is going to be very expensive.
in parentheses. It says, "Don't forget about the slap your mama."
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of slap your mama.
We're
Maybe
gonna
two
figure out
jugs.
a way to do this cheaper though.
I do think that it'd be funny if I was just walking around the old market with a bag of baseballs, you know, because that's how I would
It
have to
sounds
hand them
like a
out.
good viral, like even if you did it for 15 minutes,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
could make a video out of it. It'd be
You'd
really
be the
funny.
ball guy.
I'd be the ball guy. I feel like the flower guy would be pissed. You know, I'm
Hey,
like,
around here in the
I'm
old market, our midday house is trying to get his name out there, and here he is.
just handing out baseballs.
And it's this guy,
The
random
worst
guy,
part would
pulls
be
up
if
this
people
baseball.
started chucking the balls at you.
that'd
though.
be
That'd be the best.
That'd be actually great for content.
That'd be
no,
end
the
of video.
content would be through the roof. I think either way. but-
Like you're walking through somebody's like man cave, and they're like, "What's that baseball?" It's like, "Yeah, it's some radio host. It's his recipe for his mac and cheese." That's just
And it just says "slap your mama."
yeah. And he just gave it to me in the old market. I don't know. It's this radio show I've never
Oh,
listened to.
now you can put QR codes on there with different recipes.
Kenneth
It
Kenneth
comes to videos of you making the recipe. There's a lot that we could do.
Kenneth goes, "Name a woman. Name a woman."
That's what a baseball says on
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Any woman. Name a woman.
I'll tell you about him.
Or it's like I give a baseball and it's like the This Week in Women's History Mount Rushmore. It's like, yeah, just have a baseball with Brooke Shields, name on there 4 times in different fonts.
What is it? You kept calling her Rebecca Romaine.
Rebecca Romaine.
I'd really like it if her name was Brooke Shields.
That's who the store's named after.
It's Brooke, and then it's the Shields logo.
Brooke Shields.
And just
Get it?
bold red letters.
Middays with Matt.
Yes. If we want to add an audio element, we should put a button on the baseball, and just you hit the button, it just plays the Wacky Guest Wednesday theme.
A texter says stress balls would be way cheaper.
Stress balls would work.
Okay.
Stress, yeah, but like I don't know. There's something about a baseball.
Well, this all
You know?
started with if kids at the game were going to ask you for a baseball, you make it a marketing tool.
Yeah, I don't know if Marty would love it if I had like my own like business card.
Oh, you guys are there to help each other.
What if I was like wrestling managers, they have their bits in terms of things that they carry around, like Jim Cornette would
The
carry
tennis
around a
racket.
tennis racket and stuff like that. What if I was an MC that had the gimmick of walking around with a bag of baseballs?
That's what
that,
we're saying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I was the bag of baseball gimmick guy.
And
That,
people would yell, "Give me a ball,
that
man!"
is hilarious. And then you could go around to various schools, and you're like the
Wow.
pancake man.
Yeah, during career day, you'd be super popular because you'd have baseballs to give.
Omaha Central, how we doing today?
Oh my God, it's a baseball guy.
Hey, come on, that's not good enough. Omaha Central, how we doing today?
Baseball Matt from 10 to 2.
Yeah, that's better. Come on, guys.
10-2.
Make sure you check out my website, baseballmat.com.
You got to be street smart.
I really do
Street
think
smarts.
I really do think you need to look into 10 to 2 for a personalized license plate.
I do have to get a new license plate at some point.
Somebody said on YouTube that if you got a 10-2 license plate, they'd think you're a driver's ed instructor,
That's what I would think.
which is pretty funny.
Yeah.
That would be a great personalized license plate for a driver's ed car.
Yeah.
10-2.
That's really
This
good.
TEN 2 TWO 1022.
And if I drove by that car and it wasn't a driver's ed instructor, I'd be concerned. I'd
So
be like, what's going on?
We would have to get Middays with Matt bumper stickers then, right?
Sure,
So it's
yeah.
like they would know. It's like, oh, hey, he's the midday host.
Now, NU Tenskers has brought up a good point. They have the Hurl the Pearl at the Storm Chasers game. So there are squishy baseballs at Werner Park already.
Those get reused.
Yeah.
But we can't Matt brand those. I don't think.
Maybe Matt starts working a few of them into
That'd be
the
great.
circulation.
That'd be great.
Like stickers.
Yeah.
We could put some stickers.
So this is going to happen in January.
Band-Aids.
I talked to Marty and
Middays with Matt Band-Aids for the kids when they scrape their knees.
how about middays with Matt lanyards?
Paw Patrol. You're getting midday with Matt.
Oh, I got
My kid loves Band-Aids right now. She has
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
she
Mine-
has
my
cuts
son
that
as well.
she does not have.
Right.
She's like, I have a boo-boo. I'm like, no, you don't. She's like, I want a Band-Aid though. I'm like, I know.
What Band-Aids is she rocking right now?
Frozen, of course.
Yeah.
Elsa
Dude,
Band-Aid.
Your entire life is just frozen.
By the way,
I do. I
you
do.
see that-
You
see that-
at the Bananas game this weekend?
I did.
See that Frozen 3 teaser
It's
trailer?
part of my accountability. What?
You see that Frozen 3 teaser trailer?
There's a Frozen 3
There's
teaser
a
trailer?
there's a Frozen 3
It's coming.
teaser trailer coming.
The
And-
wedding is coming.
And by the way, it looks good. There's going to be like a legit villain in the movie.
Holy God.
I'm hyped up for it.
Why
It's-
did I not hear about this?
It's Anna is going to be challenged. She is going to be taken to the limit. Or which one's the actual
I don't know.
magic?
Elsa's the queen.
Elsa's the queen. Elsa's going to be taken to the limit. She's going to be dragged into
But
deep waters.
How they left it into
Is Frozen now the movie that I have not watched that is the most notable thing that I haven't watched at this
Ooh.
point?
I don't know what
I
movies
mean, it
you
was a
haven't
societal
watched.
movement.
I do remember seeing Frozen for the first time in theaters as like
Whoa.
a younger man, and I was fired up during Let It Go. I
Um,
knew the moment, like I knew that this was going to be a big deal when it happened.
Next winter, Connor, you have a busy fall schedule
Oh.
because
Hit it!
Frozen 3 hits theaters on November 24th, 2027,
Yep.
Okay.
and The Housemaid 2 hits theaters December 17th.
double feature. We'll kick the kid out for the second one. Sydney
That-
Sweeney and her boobs are back right
Great
after
to hear.
Frozen 3.
That's right.
Wow, I am going to watch this trailer and be excited about it. So no, how they left it in Frozen 2 was that like, yes, Elsa is the queen, and that's kind of well stated, but she had to kind of go live in the forest. You know, she had
there
to,
are two kingdoms now, essentially.
essentially, yeah. So Anna is like the acting queen.
She's Elsa's the one with nature. She's the nature queen, and Elsa is like the modern
She's the acting
domestic
queen. She
the
does,
domestic queen.
She does, yeah.
the
She
city queen.
she does the grunt work.
Yeah,
Things
she
of
does
that
all the
nature.
paperwork.
So
Frozen 3, Anna does paperwork.
So they're coming in. They're coming after.
She's
coming
got it-
after Anna. How dare they?
Frozen 3, Anna does the zone spacing for the new bus stop at Arendelle.
Wow.
Frozen
I got nothing
3.
to add. I
Also
got nothing.
listens to voicemails on the Queen's hotline.
Is this real? I'm only seeing this on these rip-off websites. What?
Frozen 3, Elsa goes to a construction distribution meeting.
Last week, Disney had a presentation to special chosen people,
Ah.
and they debuted,
Frozen?
chosen Frozen. That's right, and they debuted some footage. It has not been released like on social media. Like, hey, we're Disney. Here's Frozen 3. It's
Was
videos
Chosen-
of videos.
It was
was
a leak.
Chosen one of the ones chosen for Frozen?
I suppose.
It's their famous D23 conference.
yeah.
It's like, hey, they introduced Incredibles 3 as
D23.
well.
Yeah,
I
you
know
got
the
it.
name of it.
Yeah.
That wouldn't mean anything to Connor.
Yeah.
Adina Menzel says Frozen 3 is set quote far from Arendelle in Frozen land more wild and dangerous. Whoa.
Did you ever hear the crazy theories that like
Oh, I have theories. I was actually looking up some theories the other day.
the queen, the original Anna and Elsa's mother and father, they got in that shipwreck and then they ended up surviving, and then their kid ended up being Tarzan.
Yeah, I've
and
seen
then-
that. Yeah.
And then Rapunzel, in some way, shape, or form, is related and in the same cinematic universe as.
I've
and
heard
I,
this.
And I think there was a reference to Rapunzel or one of the other or whatever, like in one of their shows or something like that.
I've seen the theories, yes.
I would actually very much enjoy, like, if in Frozen 3, if like, you know, stepping through like a portal is like Rapunzel's in it. and then they like hint the next Rapunzel movie.
You guys are
Tangled
aware
too.
of fan theories for the Frozen movies?
I was really into Pixar.
Is that not
at one
going a
point.
little bit too deep?
There's
at
plenty
this
of
point?
I was really into Pixar.
Well, they came out with, because the thing that got me wondering about this was that I told you about this theory the other day. I've talked about this on the crossover. The guy who didn't know what photographs were until he got out of the misty forest, and then he saw it was in a photograph, and I felt like the photograph must have been invented within the 32 years in which he was in the misty forest.
Oh,
right. And so like I was trying to time and place Frozen 2.
Sure.
And so then that got me thinking about other theories, which are definitely way different than that.
There is
on the internet.
There is a entire Pixar theory of like all of the Pixar movies in some way, shape, or form are somewhat connected to one another.
I buy
and
that.
so there is like and all of the there is one company that is always Hostile Bank Takeover, HBT. It's the company that sponsors Chick Hicks as like on his car. Like he's, Hostile Bank Takeover.
That's from Cars.
Yeah, that's from Cars. And so basically they're like that company somehow is like a corruption company that like caused humans to be extinct. And then Cars to like come into the picture,
and then it leads to WALL-E somehow.
And then Cars became extinct, and then the humans came back in WALL-E.
Whoa!
So that's there's like a whole like Pixar theory.
I don't think I buy any of these.
And you see Hostile Bank Takeover in like the Toy Story movies as well, and so I think it's like the moving company that you see.
You're
briefly.
making me drive all the way to work on a Saturday, and then he drives across the street.
I rewatched Toy Story 2.
Show me the video. Send me the video, Chance.
I gotta go back around. Too late. Gotta go back.
What's that one?
When Ham is going through the channels to see Al's Toy Barn, and they see the clucking chicken. They're like, "Get past it." He's like, too late. Gotta go all the way back around.
Yep.
Oh, what a great movie.
Chance is gonna send me the video.
Did you see the Toy Story 5?
I have no interest. I'm okay.
You have no interest.
Oh, I have interest.
You're just talking about being a Pixar guy, and you have no interest
Not
about
really.
their most important franchise.
That is I feel like Toy Story 4, 5, and 6 are for like my little cousins who were born in the 2010s. I got my Toy Stories in 1, 2, and 3.
Oh no!
I don't know that I agree with any of it.
Yeah, no, jump back in.
I saw Toy Story 4. I didn't really like it.
It's nostalgia. You ever heard of nostalgia?
Yeah, but I feel like that's not. I think they're doing it right. I'm actually giving them credit in terms of I think they're making something new out of Toy Story for the next generation, which I commend them on. It's just I'm not really interested in that stuff.
Gotcha.
Chance said it to me. Thank you, Chance.
Chance did say earlier in the chat, a second kingdom has hit Arendelle.
We did talk about 9/11 earlier today.
Accountability?
No, I'm not taking accountability for that.
We were talking about there's a
was in
great
fourth
documentary
grade.
that's going to be coming out about baseball in the days post 9/11.
You guys remember when Bush threw that strike?
That's apparently where the documentary ends. Schaefer correctly pegged me as a person who, anytime I see anything 9/11 related, I'm going to consume it. I'm going to watch.
Particularly if it combines 9/11 with baseball
in sports. Yes. So that's happening.
So every time
I will be watching.
When
Every time-
America took the field.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every time you see
Remember Mike Piazza?
the video of George Bush like running out to the mound to throw out the first pitch, like any sort of cinematic thing, do you just stop in your tracks and you watch it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was thinking about. I'm thinking about a variety of different things. He was wearing 50 pounds of Kevlar.
Is this like
it's a truly remarkable moment.
Oh no. I am not making any sort of.
Do you think that you would rip a strike if you were the leader of the free world?
Absolutely not.
And there was 60,000 people in Yankee Stadium during the World Series, and everyone's watching.
And you're wearing Kevlar.
You have to throw a strike.
He was great. It was absolutely incredible.
He absolutely drained it.
I loved learning about it.
The next day at the water cooler, everyone is talking about how we're doomed as a country. Did you see him sail that over the catcher's head last night?
He 50 cented
really are
that throw.
screwed. Yeah. So wasn't part of the back? They've done a backstory on this a million times over. Didn't Jeter say something to him?
He did.
Jeter was like, "Don't mess this up" or something like
He's
that.
like, Jeter said to him, "You have to throw it from the mound." is what he said.
Yes.
He said you can't, because I think the plan was to have him throw in front of the mound.
But I don't think Bush wanted to be in front of the mound because he's a former baseball guy.
I think, though, it was just established that he was going to be in front of the mound.
Well, I think the people generally don't want you on the mound.
Yeah.
Usually.
Oh, sure.
You'll learn about this.
You are correct.
They've changed it. They're throwing from the mound now.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Jeter gave him the famous advice: throw from the actual mound, not in front of it, and don't bounce it or they'll boo you.
That's it. Yeah, that was the second. Yeah.
He
did not bounce
He didn't say
it.
anything about like putting one in there, and Bush put one in there.
Oh, he put one in there.
I do find myself, anytime I see a George Bush video, I kind of consume it. I just think it's one of those, like, he's got very
you think
famous
George Bush
videos.
has aura?
Oh my God, yes, absolutely, he has aura.
You know what's funny?
That moment
during the time in which he was president, nobody would have said that.
Well, his aura was that of being mocked repeatedly.
Yeah. I
think
mean,
his aura, even post presidency, is largely being mocked for the most part.
I have this really just ingrained memory when I was very, very young of seeing George Bush on a TV and mom being like, "That's president," and I was like, "Oh, okay." Like that's
Okay.
like, and that was like my establishment.
So now that's just your president.
Of president, right? Like, that's president. I'm like, all right, first president. And then I do remember in kindergarten, I'll never forget it. They were all like, all right, everybody, we're going to the cafeteria right now. Like, and everyone was like, what? We're supposed to be in the sandbox. What are we doing? Like, why are they all like shoving us in the cafeteria? And they rolled out the TV, and it was Obama's induction into office.
Oh,
and they
a
all,
big deal.
I thought it was
where-
gonna be when they got Bin Laden.
and they all,
but that happened in like the middle of the night.
no,
and Matt also probably wasn't in kindergarten in
I was
2011.
I don't know how old you are.
I was keeping up with, there was a WWE, I think Payback. It was like a pay-per-view
There was
going
a
on.
pay-per-view going on.
There was a WWE pay-per-view going on, and I was keeping up with it on social media at the time because my parents would never spend money to buy WWE pay-per-views.
The Bin Laden one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just keeping up with what the WWE pay-per-view
They
is.
made a documentary about that too. The how the word spread at the Phillies game.
The Rock's tweet.
It was The Rock.
The Rock tweeted, yeah.
And then John
The Rock broke the news.
Yeah, I did figure that out too, which is crazy.
And then didn't John Cena hop in the ring?
So John Cena went on the microphone. He's like, "I'm here to announce that we have successfully captured and eliminated Osama bin Laden."
See, is that aura?
Yeah.
Or is that the opposite of aura?
Well, that I don't know, but that was crazy. So I'm following the WWE pay-per-view, and then all of a sudden, John Cena announces they killed Osama bin Laden. And part of me was like,
what a storyline.
I was like,
holy crap. I wonder what they got next week on
Bin
Raw.
Laden Cena WrestleMania 29.
Which poor sucker from across the pond did they get to play Osama bin Laden?
Oh my God, are they bringing Slaughter back?
Yeah.
Fascinating.
So,
Time is a crazy
no,
thing.
I will say that currently now, just whatever clip of like, we must say no to terrorism and no to terror and watch this drive. And it's just like, he smokes it.
That's what the kids know.
He just smokes it.
The
and
kids
then,
love the watch this drive.
and
video.
then like the next video you would see is him throwing the strike after 9/11. You're like, oh my God, what a moment.
There was more times in which he was president than just those two times, though.
But that's all I know about.
And there's a lot of content
There was.
about
was so
him
much
not having an
content.
aura that would be considered
Just
a good
Google
aura.
Will Ferrell.
They had Will Ferrell play him on SNL.
Yeah, just look for a show called The Bushes.
Well,
Yeah.
Caliendo, I think that's one of his most underrated.
This is a good one.
It's a really good one. So, okay, that was fun. Hey, Happy New Year.
Hey. Oh, I don't know. Are we doing that anymore? Is that a
I think
thing?
this was a good one.
I don't know, guys.
I mean, of course it was a good one, but are we doing that? Josh?
Nobody knows. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right.
Great. Phenomenal stuff. Middays with Matt. Going to get rolling here after this break on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call. Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays Matt live and rolling on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, as always, joined by Josh Odson on this glorious Wednesday. Couple of days away from 1620 The Zone, the golf tournament. The foursomes are in. We are locked in. We are ready to go. Josh and I will be live from Miracle Hill Golf Course from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll also be there with you at the Phoenix for our VIP after party, which will include a live live taping, I guess. I don't know. USC is going to be there. Let's just say
they'll do their show live.
And Sportsmanlike, thank you, Josh. Sportsmanlike Conduct will do their show live from the Phoenix. Happer and Schaefer also will be at Miracle Hill Golf Course, so it's going to be a fun week. But before we get there, we are here in studio, here on 50th in Dodge in the Big O, 1620 on your radio dials. If you're in Central Nebraska, you're listening to 97.7 The Zone. Excited for our show today. We had a plethora of players and coaches at the podium yesterday for Nebraska football. We'll touch on a couple of those press conferences. Brett Maher, the special teams coordinator for Nebraska, getting his feet wet in his first fall camp as the special teams coordinator. Jeep Wade, the key assistant coach on the offensive end, people are calling him, talked to the media, speaking about a bunch of different offensive linemen, Gunnar Gatula, Elijah Pritchett, Paul Mubanga, all players. Gibson Pyle got a big shout out from Mr. Jeep yesterday, so we will discuss about that along with Jashir Whittington. The buzz, Jashir Whittington has probably been the buzziest transfer portal name outside of Calandria. I think I'd go above Chambliss. I think I'd actually, because Chambliss, I think people kind of know what you're getting. I think people are very confident in Owen's ability for his size, his physicality, his ability to transfer from the Mountain West to the Big Ten, where you look at a guy like Whittington, and I think people, get a little worried, right? About he's a little smaller guy, he's under 300 pounds, all that type of stuff. I think, there are definitely people who love football who think, hey, your defensive lineman got to be 6'4" and 320 pounds and all that type of stuff. So you look at a guy like that and he's a little bit smaller. He may not have the prototypical size you see out of Big Ten defensive linemen, but he definitely has been a dude that coaches can, top to bottom, Orich, Rule, really anyone on the defensive end, even offensive linemen that practice against him, bring up his twitchiness, his quickness, his fast movement. And, it's funny, Josh, I think there are two schools of thought when you're a guy like me reading about high school recruits, where some people will look at the recruiting ratings and they'll take that into consideration. And other teams and other people will look at not necessarily the ratings, but who is offering that athlete and who is recruiting that athlete, right? If there's a high 3-star who Oklahoma and Michigan are battling after, and then there's a 4-star and they're deciding between Syracuse and Maryland and Pitt, even though one's a 4-star and one's a 3-star, I think some people would be really tuned in on that 3-star because, you got two power programs recruiting him. I think the transfer portal equivalent to that is, what is the reaction of the other fan base and what is the reaction of that team when that portal guy leaves? There are some times where guys will be acquired out of the portal, and this happens everywhere, and the other fan base doesn't really care, or the other fan base says, hey, good riddance, whatever, we were done with that guy. That's happened here at Nebraska before. And then there will be other times where the opposite happens, where you get a transfer portal player and that other fan base is like, damn it. And that coaching coaching staff is like, dang it, why did he leave? Why couldn't we keep him around? Jashir Whittington was very much a guy who, when he left Pitt, it came out that coaching staff and that fan base was not happy that they were not able to hold on to him. And so Whittington is a guy we've heard a lot about from the coaching staff. Pitt obviously wasn't very happy when he left the ACC. He speaks for the first time yesterday in front of the podium, and it was eye-opening. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly why. So we'll talk about Whittington. We'll talk about Jeep Wade, along with Brett Maher going ahead and being the special teams coordinator, speaking in front of the podium. I guess I'm baseball Matt this week. It's just the Cubs Sox series has completely it's consumed me. It's grabbed my attention. I've watched baseball the last 2 nights. I've watched a lot of baseball, actually, the last 2 nights. Both
Did you
live.
stay up and watch last
I
night?
got back, and thank God for the delay, and it was worth the wait. I was like, you know what? I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to bed anytime soon. I'm just going to watch the end of this game. Thank goodness, though. I was kind of like, I don't know if I want to do 6 innings right now. Like it'd be cool if we can get in and get out and get this done. I think it was pretty clear, though, in the 8th inning, both teams are kind of hopping on the ball. And I mean, it is the baseball in Wrigley, they were flying. They were flying yesterday. The ball was getting up, it just wasn't getting out. And then Bregman walks them off. It reminded me that the Cubs win reminded me a lot of like earlier in the season when they went on that first big long winning streak. They played that series at home against the Cincinnati Reds where they had multiple walk-offs against them. It's kind of the same flavor with the Sox series, but now Shohei, he hit another home run yesterday. And so, I mean, they spent the rain delay theater on TNT yesterday was very interesting. They spent a lot of time on the MVP race between PCA and Shohei Ohtani. They spent a lot of time on, the Fangraphs war, right? And PCA having a 1.2 advantage. And how do you weigh an everyday player who's as good as defense as PCA is? And how do you weigh the, 90 innings that Shohei Ohtani has thrown, or 85 innings that he's thrown with a sub-2 ERA. Very interesting. And then we got a very weird and out of nowhere Pedro Martinez rant where I didn't see that coming. I did not. I didn't see that happening. It was one of those things where
I'm not familiar with this. I'm sorry.
Well,
there was a rant.
They needed he went on a rant. He went on a big rant. So Pedro gets up. He's on the podium, and I will just talk about it now. This guy's won 3 Cy Youngs, right? And he was talking about how he should have won the Cy Young in 2002, but then there was voter fatigue. And he was very upset that there was voter fatigue. And he went on this 7-minute kind of rant about his career and the awards he didn't win. And he even said by name the 2 writers who didn't vote for him, who took away his Cy Young Award in 2002 because of voter fatigue. And then he started to say, He kept saying those 2 voters' names over and over again, so everyone knew those were the 2 guys who didn't vote for him for Cy Young in 2002, and then said they are in my book, and they're lost in history, and I'm a Hall of Famer, but now I have the platform that they did. Then he brought up the fact that he watched one of his old games a couple of days ago from the Yes Network. So he had never listened to the Yankees broadcast talk about him. And it was the game where he threw at Gary Sheffield because Gary Sheffield stepped out of the box. And then the Yankees broadcasters ripped into him. And he told everybody on TNT how upset that made him. And he didn't realize how terrible things the Yes Network was saying about him at the time and that they hated him as a person. I don't know if anybody wrote about this. I don't know if anybody wrote an article about Pedro Martinez's rant he went on during the rain delay. It was very strange. I don't necessarily blame him for being I wouldn't like when people say mean things about me. I wouldn't like it when people don't vote for me for reasons because it's personal, not about the baseball. It also was 24 years ago, and you're considered to be literally one of the greatest pitchers of all time. And you've done it all. Like, I don't think you need to be that bitter anymore. It was riveting. I'm going to tell you right now, I was just watching it. I was like, I don't know what's going on. I kind of like it, though. I kind of like it. So that was interesting. And then the Mariners suck. Baseball, Matt.
Whoa.
The Mariners suck.
Fire everyone.
Anytime the word modern era is used in a baseball sentence,
it's very good or very bad.
Something has got to, like, something insane happened. Anytime we can say modern era, it was the largest shutout in the modern baseball era yesterday, as the Milwaukee Brewers scored 22 runs against the Seattle Mariners, who the Mariners only had 5 hits. Julio Rodriguez had one of the, we've seen the blooper before where the outfielder catches the ball and they don't know how many outs there are and they just throw it into the stands. You've seen that every couple seasons it occurs. I've never seen it done with the bases loaded. And that's what J-Rod did yesterday. So absolutely awful game yesterday for the Mariners. It's only the 3rd time. So, like I said, the largest shutout in the modern baseball era. It has happened twice, though, before. 1975, the Pirates were at Wrigley Field. They beat the Cubs 22-0. And in 2004, Cleveland was at the New York Yankees, and they beat them 22-0. Mike Schaefer might have a memory or two about that game. So that was fun. Well, might touch a little bit more on baseball, but go and look it up. That, if you can find it, the Pedro Martinez rant that he went on yesterday during the rain delay. Very strange and out of nowhere. But I do really like what that little panel they got going on TNT with Lefko and Pedro Martinez and Curtis Granderson. I'm a very big fan of it. I think it was actually, they did a very good job. Very impressed with Adam Lefko. That's a guy that
I'm familiar with.
He's been around media now for when did he start doing the Tuesday TNT panel with Dwayne Wade, Candace Parker, and Shaquille O'Neal?
I'll bet it's been longer than
I think it might have been 2018, 2019. I'm pretty sure it was pre-COVID. He was a part of the very, very famous, well, maybe not very famous to all of you, but very famous to me, the Lefko and Sims podcast, which that was a NFL-based podcast with Chris Sims and Adam Lefko through Bleacher Report. And then Sims ended up getting the NBC job. And so he left that podcast. And then Lefko, it was just his pod. And then he ended up going to TNT. When did he start the Tuesday TNT stuff?
I don't have it right now.
Okay. I think he's great. And I think he's only gotten better. He was very, very good yesterday on that panel. So shout out to TNT. Very good broadcasting work there. So we'll talk about Jashir Whittington. We'll talk about Jeep Way, talk a little bit more baseball. Brett Maher talked to the podium too. We'll have our training camp updates. Minnie Steiner got into a massive brawl yesterday with the Dallas Cowboys. We'll play that video on the YouTube chat. That's going to be awesome. The athletic head coaching tiers came out yesterday. I have some questions. I have some underrated. I have some overrated. I have some, what does this say about the conference? We'll also talk about more conferences. Tom Fornelli published a very interesting article the other day that kind of detailed some of the smaller spenders in power conferences in college football, where it's a little bit alarming to where we are at in terms of who are the consistent players that aren't spending a ton on football and the similarity of conferences that we find within those smaller spenders. There also was a CBS Sports article today that talked about the big dogs who are under the $40 million roster mark, right? The teams that have consistently been at the top of the competition over the last couple of years in college football, who actually aren't spending up to that $40 million mark. And so there are two teams that would surprise you, and then there's one team that wouldn't surprise you. So we'll kind of blend all of those conversations in together. There is only one coach on the athletic coaching tiers that I would say should be in tier 1 that isn't. I think it's very easy, though, for you to get away with saying that that person is a tier 2 coach. I think that might give it away who I'm referring to. I think a lot of people look at that guy and go, okay, yeah, tier 2, fine. I don't know, man. I don't think there is sometimes I feel like we get too much into a national championship or bust mindset with guys. And even when they do end up winning a national championship, it's like we don't give them enough credit, even though they did the thing that we were holding their feet against the fire for. So that might be too much of a hint. But we'll talk about the athletic coaching tiers and Nebraska athletics pulling out all the stops for you to buy tickets to their football games this season. If you're not going to a Husker football game this year, I don't know when you would go. I mean, it's frankly, I mean, I know that a lot of the conversation and enough, it will definitely be the conversation that we have in terms of it seems like desperation might be the best word to describe their current efforts right now to get people to buy tickets with the various deals and the marketing that they're doing, and a very interesting WOWT article released yesterday. It seems like desperation is kind of the best way to describe it. At the same time, though, you know, it is kind of one of those things where they're getting creative and they're pulling off all the stops, and you know they're trying to give you as much reason to come to a game as you can. And so if you've always been kind of a person who's thought, man, it's hard to go to a game, or it's too expensive to go to a game, or it's not worth the investment, pretty easy right now to go and do it with all of the different promotions they're trying to pull off. So we'll talk about that. I think it's a combination of a bunch of different factors as to, you know, why it's been difficult for them to sell these tickets, along with why there's just been so much effort to do so. And I do think there might be a slight overreaction to the amount of tickets that are still available for the Indiana and Ohio State game, just considering the fact that, you know, those games are very far in the future, and Nebraska very well could start the season 5-0, and we don't even have to blink an eye at all in regards to whether or not people are going to want to see them play the national champion. It'll be those three games, you know, in particular, the Ohio State and Indiana games, because they're at home. Those will be the litmus test, in my opinion, to see where the program is right now. There's plenty of litmus tests across the schedule, right? There's plenty of measuring stick games. I mean, they're going to play 5 ranked teams this season. Out of their 9 conference games, 5 of them are going to be against ranked opponents: Washington, Iowa, Ohio State, Oregon, Indiana, and maybe even Illinois, who received votes. Maybe they're a ranked team by the time they get to that game in Champaign. But year one, you had Michigan come to Memorial Stadium. They ended up winning the national championship game that year. They kicked your butt. When you played Indiana at a raucous Indiana home environment, they ended up going 11-1 in the regular season that year. They won the national championship the next year. You played them in the year that they went to the college football playoff. They kicked your butt. They didn't get that test last year. They didn't play, hey, this is the national champion or soon to be national champion or former national champion. They didn't really get that litmus test because of the schedule. And so you kind of skipped a year. Now you play, Ohio State, who is the number 1 ranked team in the country, and you play Indiana, who's coming off of a national championship. I think those 2 games is like, all right, how far have you come? If Indiana comes in and kicks your butt at home as the defending national champion and the team contending for the college football playoff, or Ohio State, it's not even a competitive game in any way, shape, or form, I think you have a right to ask, what are we doing here? I think you have a right to ask, all right, what's the issue? Because it seems like you've had a lot of runway, you've had a lot of time, you've had the time to acquire the players, to recruit the players, to develop the players. You have the facilities, you have the nutrition, you have the way, like you got everything you need, not necessarily to consistently beat or contend with Ohio State and Indiana week in and week out, but you certainly have the resources to take the step where it's not 56-7 again, or it's not 45-7 again, or it's not an absolute routing, right? So I think those games, especially if Nebraska goes 5-0 to begin the year, I don't think we'll be panicking as much in terms of, oh my God, look at all these tickets that are available. I just realized I got exited out of StreamYard again. That's very annoying. But we'll talk about that aspects. We'll talk about they're selling student tickets, but not in the student section for a student price, which is, man, I wish I could have done that. Wish that happened when I was there. I'll tell you, man, right now, man, like if you didn't have student season tickets in 2021 and 2022, it's kind of tough to go to games. Like you'd have to pay, 40, $50 maybe even sometimes on like Facebook, right? That's like how kids sold them. And $40, $50 in college dollars is a lot. You had to make sure to get your season tickets. I wonder what the student season ticket market is like right now. Is it as important or as integral to get that? Like, that's one thing maybe that I don't know if we'll ever get that, if we do get that specific information, but obviously there is this decline in interest from the general fan base. I wonder where the interest currently lies with the student body. Is there
we'll find out Monday when they arrive on campus, right?
We will find out Monday. As Hokey Scurry goes, Matt, you better be on BOR for Maryland. Am I on BROR for Maryland?
I don't remember. It's in my office.
We just have to put the BROR schedule right behind you back there so everybody can just look at it and knows. That's my suggestion. All right, we're going to have a great show today. Coming up next, though, Jon Walker of the Omaha World Herald talking Jays. Fred King is back. We'll get Walker's opinions on it coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Wednesday at 11 o'clock, which means, as always, we welcome in from the Omaha World Herald, Mr. Jon Walker. J-Dub, how are you?
Man, I'm good. It has been an oddly eventful week in the middle of August, but yeah, we're getting through it, man. I'm good. How are you?
Oddly eventful. It has been. I've been very good, by the way. I didn't mean to blow right by your question there. Oddly, can you explain this to me, by the way, real quick? Because I haven't seen anybody really write about it, and this is kind of your domain. I thought when the injunction went in to allow 2022 athletes who utilized all 4 years of the eligibility to grandfather them in and allow them to get 1 year, I thought that the ruling stated that doesn't mean that a portal is open and that, none of that ruling doesn't supersede any of the other previous NCAA rules. But now I see that there are athletes who are actively entering in the portal who can go to other places. Well, the two notable ones yesterday were Xavier Lee from Florida, who, when he was shooting his best, Florida was unbeatable. And then obviously Jackson Kohler, who was awesome for Michigan State last year and such a versatile and physical big man. Do you know what's going on either? Like, is the portal open? Like, what's going on here, John?
Yeah, so this is where it gets really tricky in that all of the local state injunctions essentially kind of supersede that overarching injunction that was in Colorado. Okay. A lot of athletes, I believe an example here in the backyard would be like Tony Osborne, or even closer to my coverage, Fred King, entered the transfer portal in April.
Yes.
Anticipating that something like this might happen.
Yes.
And at the time we were like, what are you guys doing? What do you mean you're out of eligibility, but you're entering the transfer portal? It was laughable at the time because we didn't know everything that would transpire over the summer. So yeah, that's really, like, to keep a long answer short, players who are currently entering the transfer portal are only able to do so through their local injunction.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification there. Because it was like, I saw it happening and I was like, what did I miss? And then I tried finding that and I didn't. I knew you would know. So I appreciate that greatly.
Yeah, it's a mess. Again, you have players who preemptively did it in the spring, and that was the right move, IMO, because the one in Colorado, it doesn't or couldn't, whatever, but ultimately it isn't enjoined with NCAA rules, because that would have created a whole different mess, right? And kind of would have ruined the validity to the Colorado injunction for the entire class. So the NCAA is going to appeal that, no doubt, because it is so overarching.
Yeah.
But then, like, here's why I said back then, I remember standing in a booth at Schwab Field talking about this fifth year stuff as it unfolded. And I remember telling you, like, this is why the NCAA should have just grandfathered in the class of 2022 athletes.
Yeah.
Because say the NCAA wins this appeal in Colorado. All right, that's fine. Now the NCAA would have to go win in appellate court against each individual injunction that has been filed in all of these states. So, like, it's a lot of legal fees. It's a lot of time that is being wasted when the NCAA could have just said, yeah, you guys are grandfathered in. I wrote a column this morning about how this ultimately affected Creighton's off-season plan and roster construction. As we know now, they got Brody Robinson and Fred King. And that was not even the player specific, but just like what kind of player Alan Huss and his staff were looking for. That was not the plan with the final two spots. And they completely flipped to the other end of the spectrum because, as you know it, things shake out the way they did. And so it's just like so intricate, right? But all of this could have been avoided. All of it could have been avoided. The class of 2022, I wrote in that column, like, irrespective of what you, I, or anyone thinks, Creighton took advantage of the situation. But maybe the better argument is, like, there should have never been a situation, at least not one that was this messy, because the class of 2022 were the only ones who did not get the COVID year and would not benefit from, like, I can't remember what else it was, but they're the only ones who wouldn't have gotten 5 years. Like, the class of 2021 got the COVID year, so they got 5 years. Obviously, all the incoming freshmen, they get 5 years based on the new that's what it is. Yeah, the new eligibility model. Everybody moving forward will get 5 years. And so you were at this weird impasse with the class of 2022, where I was like, all right, well, are we really going to be the only class?
It makes no sense. Yeah.
In the past, 6 years or so that doesn't get 5 years. So yeah, all of this could have been avoided. And that was a very, very long-winded way to say this is a mess, but the Jays used it to their advantage.
Yeah, it's one of those things where now you have some players who thought they could go back to their schools, but their schools are now saying, hey, bud, we don't have money. Like we can't really pay you because we
or they don't have roster spots.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. I couldn't agree more with, I don't know what, it might have been just an ego trip. It might have been them trying, the NCAA trying to flex their muscles and thinking, Maybe they felt good after the Sorsby thing to the point where they felt like they could win more cases like that. I don't know what they were thinking, but I
think the NCAA didn't want to help set the precedent, and they wanted the courts to let this play out, like let the courts decide what happens here. And yeah, because that obviously takes a lot off the NCAA's plate, not in the long run.
Yeah.
But if a circuit, if the judge who passed the Colorado class-wide injunction had said, actually, I don't think they deserve it, and that injunction never gets passed, who knows where we're standing today,
But I don't think that you can, with the NCAA and the current precedent that at least has been, because I know that there are lawsuits that are going on that don't reach the media. There are lawsuits that the NCAA wins and cases that they win that doesn't necessarily get published. And to be fair to them, we definitely talk about and celebrate their losses more than we celebrate their wins. But at the same time, I feel like the precedent has been set with the really big ones, the big ones that we really talk about and we really focus in on, the ones that get a lot of attention, and we're going to know the judge's name and the court and the state it comes in. There are many of these instances where they end up losing those ones. And hell, they lost one against what seemed to be pretty cut and dry with a court with Brendan Sorsby in Texas Tech. So I don't even know why. Like, also too, if they were to grandfather everybody in, this is a question I'm just going to ask in general to you, Jon Walker. If you're always worried about the snowball. Hey, if we allow this to happen, what are they also going to push?
Right.
What would the snowball have been if they just said, hey, 2022 athletes who can play? What are you going to court for in that regard after that? I don't think there's anything that they should have been worried about in terms of, this might get out of hand with other classes trying to get eligibility.
No, I don't think so either. Of course, you would have had the class of 2021 argue, like there would have undoubtedly been a few stragglers who didn't want to create a LinkedIn profile yet. And so they would have let's say, it's I guess somewhat a large number, but in the grand scheme of college athletics, no. Let's say 50.
Sure.
Class of 2021 high school graduates were like, and we deserve an extra year. It's like, no, because you got your 5 years, and the odds are, under the new age-based eligibility model, you have aged out anyway.
Sure.
And so yeah, they wouldn't have even had an argument. So no, that's the question. It's like, why didn't you just do this? Here's it was avoidable by grandfathering them in, and it was also avoidable, Matt, by announcing this in January, by announcing it in February, when teams could approach next summer, or even if they did it this fall. Let's use football teams, because obviously those are the biggest rosters, right? If they announce this in November, that they're going to a new eligibility model. Well, guess what? These class of 2022 kids have already moved on. All of these teams have already moved on. Classes have moved on. And so the NCAA wouldn't have opened up the window, if you will, for all of this to happen. Would the class of 2022 have probably filed lawsuits next summer? Maybe. Would they have gotten approved? Probably not, because, Matt, those people then would have been aged out and past the 5-year limit, if you will.
Sure.
So this whole thing was just so avoidable in multiple ways, and here we are with the transfer portal open in August.
I actually might have been okay if they made it more public, the NCAA. Maybe they've said this, but if they really hammered down, hey, we didn't grandfather them in because we didn't want to affect the high school class of 26, because that would have affected things. I haven't seen them at least really hammer down on that was a point as to why. It just seems like they didn't want them in because they didn't want them in, I'm talking about the class of 2022. Like, I'd be fine if the NCAA was getting up on a soapbox and saying we're trying to protect high school athletes. That's actually a argument that I would have been fine with, because reading articles, the class of 2027 is going to have these high schoolers are going to have a really difficult time getting on the Power 5 rosters. And there was a great athletic article written about it, how basically mid-major schools at this point are taking in really high level 27 athletes, telling them, hey, I help you, you help us, you're super talented, you play here for 2 years and then we'll get you somewhere else. Or these young players are taking less money in bench roles on SEC teams or Big Ten teams, knowing they're not going to play a lot of basketball. So all this conversation always leads back to, John, I feel for these high school athletes, man, these top high school athletes who are just, seems like they're not getting the opportunities that they once were.
No. And I think I wrote this in a mailbag or a column or something earlier this summer. Like, we won't truly see the ripple effect until like we'll have to wait to see what the ripple effect is through the end of the decade. But there is one, undoubtedly, unquestionably, because now we've seen, and this happens all the time. So it's not just like, oh my God, this never happens. And now this has happened and this is, but we've seen a lot of people reclass from 27 to 26. And I can't help but think guys are like, I want to make sure I have my place on a roster. So we'll see, man. It's just been a mess. It was avoidable. It was all avoidable.
All right, let's talk about the Jays. Fred King. I think it's one, it's funny, like with Jamarcus Lawrence, right? Bring it back to the Huskers. He did this where he goes to Rhode Island, develops his game a little bit, then comes back and helps the Huskers. I think Fred King going back to Creighton, because of the depth and questionable depth that Creighton might have behind Oswin or Runce, it might be a bigger impact than Jamarcus Lawrence going from Rhode Island back to Nebraska. Why was this move made? And, what do you think Fred's role could be on this team next year?
Yeah. We'll see, obviously, like when you stack it up apples to apples, right? Like Fred has to be a key contributor on an NCAA tournament team, for it to be comparable to what Jamarcus meant to Nebraska last season.
Sure.
But it's a huge pickup, figuratively and physically, for the Jays. I believe Fred King, after a career year at Murray State, is an improved version of the player we previously saw in a Creighton uniform. He'll have to show that what he did at Murray State last year can translate up. He has experience at this level, and so he knows what to expect, and that's what makes him different than most mid-major guys, is he's not going to have to go through the adjustment period. He has played on a Wednesday night at DePaul and turned around and played at UConn on Saturday. He understands the ins and outs of the Big East. Moreover, he understands the ins and outs of Creighton specifically. So it's a fit culturally, character-wise. Alan Huss knows what he's getting in Fred King. I'm sure that he and Ryan Miller have talked about it because they were previously together under Greg McDermott. And Huss's last year at Creighton, as his first stint as an assistant before he left for High Point, was Fred's freshman year in Omaha. And so, like, that relationship was already there.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it just worked out because, as you mentioned, Trayvon Carter-Givens and Wesley Rosa took strides over the summer, but they were both really, really raw. Trayvon Carter-Givens is a freshman, and Wesley Rosa, JUCO product, had not played organized basketball until 4 years ago. And so it was like, okay, there are definitely questions, and you need sure answers behind someone like Oswin. I say this all the time, who has foul problems until he shows that he doesn't. And so was that Carter-Givens? Was that Rosa? Was it some more small ball Jason Green at the 5? Well, we know now that it's going to be fifth-year transfer Fred King. And so, yeah, just a huge, huge addition for the Jays. You typically can't find floor raisers in August, and the Jays found a couple of them, I think.
Was there a specific reason to add Fred? Was it, to your knowledge, was it a depth thing? Was it maybe guys were getting banged up? Was it just, hey, if we're going to add a position, we're just going to add another big man? Was there a specificity when it came to, hey, we're adding not just Fred, but we're adding another front court piece?
Maybe a combo of the three. Yeah, maybe a combo of the three. Like I mentioned, there were obvious questions behind Oswin Arunse. There was a lot of buzz over the weekend about a Oswin injury. I wrote in the World Herald today that he was banged up late in summer workouts, but avoided serious injury, is what I was told. And so, like, no, long term, I don't think it's like, oh, they signed Fred King because, no, like, I don't think it's anything of those sorts.
Yeah.
I really just think it's like they had questions at the center position. They answered them with Fred King, somebody they have familiarity with, somebody who brings experience that Wesley Rosa and Trayvon Carter-Givens simply don't have. And moreover, yeah, like if you have, they had 2 roster spots, and then they added Brody Robinson, so then they had 1 roster spot. And if you can get a guy like Fred King with the final roster spot, you feel really, really good about it, as opposed to one of the, quote, young developmental freshmen that Alan Huss originally said that Creighton was going to try and bring in. If you can get a fifth-year guy who just dominated a year in the Valley, you certainly could do worse things with the final roster spot.
Fred King last year in the Missouri Valley Conference, 8.4 rebounds, 2.1 blocks, 13.1 points per game on a 65% field goal percentage. Like you brought up, all Missouri Valley Conference team and an all defensive team selection for Fred King. Who do you think, maybe you don't want to call your shot or not, but do you think that Robinson or King has a better, which of those two do you think has a bigger opportunity to make an impact night in on night out? Because the last time that Fred King played here at Creighton, it was only 6 minutes per game. What do you think will have a bigger impact, Robinson or King?
Probably old Fred, Big Fred.
Yep.
Simply because of the sheer volume of backcourt talent that Creighton has. I talked to Brody Robinson yesterday and asked kind of like what role Creighton pitched him on when he was looking for a school to play for. And he was like, well, they just want me to come in and do what I can do and be my authentic self. And so we'll see what that ends up, what that means come November, right? Come January. But I just think the path to a larger role is more readily available for Fred King than it is for Brody Robinson because of their respective position groups. Excuse me. Like Creighton brought in a few transfer portal guards, Wes Enos, BJ Davis, Caden Edwards. They returned Austin Swartz, tied for the second leading scorer a season ago. They added Catrell Harmon, a freshman who has, by all accounts, impressed this summer. And they also have Shane Thomas. And so it's like, all right, that's like a really, really solid backcourt. So somebody's going to emerge from it. Is it Brody Robinson? We'll see, obviously, but the path there for him is far more difficult than it is for Fred King, a guy who really stepped into, at worst, the number 2 role. You see what I mean?
Yeah, million percent.
So it's like Fred King, and this is not a knock on Rosa or Carter Givens. Again, they're just not fifth-year guys with the experience and familiarity that Fred King has. And so that gives him a big, big leg up on those two to play reserve minutes behind Oswin Arunse. So, yeah, definitely, probably more Fred has an easier way to impacting this team. But I think as we saw last year, boy, that could change at any minute.
Jon Walker, the Omaha World Herald, giving us a great breakdown here in the month of August for the Creighton Blue Jays, who using this weird world of college basketball were out of nowhere and maybe should have been expected. A lot of these athletes who we thought we were done actually get one more year. Creighton seems like they've taken advantage of it very, very well and very precisely. They added pieces they needed. Walk. Thank you, my friend. Talk to you soon, my guy.
Matt, I got one more thing to slip in, if I may.
Slip it in. What is it?
Keep an eye on the Kentucky court ruling for that group's injunctive hearing. That's a huge piece of Fred King's clearance. Like, he's enrolled in classes at Creighton, obviously. The Jays announced him as one of their 8 off-season additions yesterday. But I think the judge in that Kentucky court, they had a hearing last Friday. He said, you have until Tuesday to submit additional materials, and I'll decide by the end of the week. So keep an eye on that.
Okay.
Creighton fans, watch the Kentucky injunction. I mean, I would be shocked, utterly shocked, completely floored if Kentucky was the only state that decided these kids didn't get an injunction. But something to keep an eye on for sure.
J-Dub, you're the man. Talk to you soon, my friend.
Thanks, y'all. See ya.
Jon Walker, the Omaha World Herald. Coming up next, we'll do some athletic head coaching tiers. Where did Matt Rule end up according to the Athletic? Was he tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5? Was he tier 6? Was he all the way towards the bottom? No, he wasn't. Don't worry about it. Who should have been in tier 1? Who could have been in tier 2? What does it say about the SEC and the Big Ten? We'll also have a training camp update a little bit later in the show. Just announced right now, Jaden Higgins, the former Iowa State wide receiver, him and Jalen Knoll were both drafted in the second round by the Houston Texans. Higgins out with a torn ACL after he exited Houston Texans practice yesterday. Big knock for the Texans, honestly. There are reports that he was playing really well, and obviously Tank Dell, what a brutal knee injury he had. That's been, like 2 seasons ago, right? I mean, it's been a long road back for Dell. Weapons just... You got Nico Collins. Who's going to be that next guy after Collins? And especially will David Montgomery, with some of the new faces on that offensive line, ramp up that run game? Because the Texans are a decent to good offense away from winning the Super Bowl. That's all they need. And they've invested a lot on that offensive end, from weapons to the quarterback to money in the running back room. We'll see how this injury affects them. We'll give you some more updates across the NFL, along with former pro wrestler's son just suplexing a dude in open practice yesterday. Before we get all to that and to some local topics, let's talk about the Athletics head coaching tiers. Coming up next here on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Okay, listening to that last kind of news clip we've had, so for the YouTube chat who wasn't able to listen to that. So we have the news here, right? We provide the news in one of our breaks.
That's right.
For our radio listeners. And one of the news clippings was just that there was a takeover of scooters from young people in the downtown Omaha area. Okay. I don't think I've said this before on the station, but I was very adamant about this when these Lime scooters were introduced in the city of Lincoln. I hate them. I can't stand them. I think they're ridiculous. It is so annoying to me how they're just whipping up and down the sidewalks all across the city. You got to move out of the way. Typically, it's just young people who have no care for courtesy, no care for etiquette. It's your world. Apparently, you're just living in it, and they're just whipping around.
If I got to go on the sidewalk, cool. If I got to zip into the street because there's people on the sidewalk, as a motorist, I have to know where you're going.
And
that's part of it, right?
I'll give the Lime scooters a little credit. They do a good job of shutting off when you're not supposed to be where you're supposed to be. But these people don't care, all right? These people, I've never really seen like a nice, calm little family of four riding these scooters. It's always just these heathens, these just big hurries going nowhere who are scooting all around these scooters, who are I'm shocked I haven't seen a scooter just run into the back of somebody. I'm shocked.
Maybe if you were out a little more.
I'm out plenty. You want me to go out more? We've talked so much about my bank account over the last 3 weeks. It's been exhausting for everybody. I don't need that. I don't need to go out more. So the whole report of there was a hostile takeover of teens on scooters. Not shocked. And we keep adding, Josh, more and more of these scooters. We just keep putting them all over the place.
Now you got the e-bikes that people are going crazy on.
Oh my God, I can't stand those either. I just all these other forms. And now I have friends who are like, no, let's not take an Uber. Let's go on the scooters. I'm like, you're drunk. You want to operate a scooter? This isn't any better. You're still drunk operating a vehicle, a motorized vehicle. This is not a smart idea. It does not matter that it's $4 cheaper. Let's go on the Uber. It's a little ridiculous. From Tay. Hi, Tay.
Hi, Tay.
So great to hear from you. We love Tay. We love the Cinderlars. She goes, I live in the old market, and some teams broke into our parking garage and left a scooter in there. It's now become a mainstay for the tenants, and I think it's going to be strange to see it go someday, although it's been over a month and now has Lime not retrieved it.
I'm scrolling back on the previous texts from Tay, and there are baby pictures in there.
They're so cute.
What a baby.
Such a cute
My
baby.
goodness.
Such cute.
Sorry.
Did someone say bobblehead?
What were we talking about?
John goes,
hi, John.
The little a-holes riding the damn scooters while looking at their phones, too. I knew this old man take was going to get John with no H on my side here. I hate these scooters. I'm sure some people will be like, man, it's good for the economy. They make a lot of money off of them. It's not good for my sanctity, okay? It's not good for my sanctity. It's not good that I'm just walking. I'm just, I want to get a nice little happy hour. Let me go to Blue Sushi. And all of a sudden, it was the worst week in all of downtown Lincoln is when those damn Future Farmers of America kids would come in. All right. That was the worst week because those kids, They didn't care about life. They were like 10, they were 9 to 14-year-olds, and they're all whipping around on the scooters, taking up all the sidewalks. Every time it was FFA week, I go, I'm not walking down here. I couldn't stand those Future Farmers of America. I couldn't. They had no regard for the people downtown. They just saw scooters and they didn't think anything. They just were whipping her like it was like Fast and Furious 8 FFA scooters.
Oh, that's what they should do.
It was crazy. And they were all wearing the same little blue, coats and everything like that with their yellow writing. They thought they ran the town. They thought they were invincible. And what's the police going to do? Arrest a Future Farmer of America? That's one way to end up on E! News. That's one way to end up on KLKN. This cop arrested.
That's the goal, right?
I don't know. That was the worst week in all of Lincoln. Those kids would come in and they would just terrorize the town with the Lime scooters. So now you know my stance. Now the city understands where I stand on that. You will never catch me on one of those things.
You heard it here, people.
If you ever see me on a Lime scooter, no, you didn't. That wasn't me. It wasn't me. We'll never be there. Okay, let's talk about college football head coaches. What a segue. The Athletic released their annual. Or are you laughing at McAfee right now?
Yeah, they are. So yesterday it was announced that the founder of ESPN passed away. And one of the highlights, quote unquote, that came out was, hey, watch Pat McAfee interrupt ESPN's First Take on the announcement of the
Bruce Rasmussen.
Rasmussen's. No, not Bruce Rasmussen.
Sorry.
Bill Rasmussen.
I'm so sorry.
Important correction.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Hey, Pat McAfee interrupted ESPN's announcement, and Pat McAfee is on the Pat McAfee show today, who he's under fire from all sides right now. And he's like, hey, here's how television works. At the top of the hour, we come on, okay? We don't barrel into other shows, okay? That was First Take, not getting everything they wanted to get in time before the hour ended, and we came on the air. We didn't interrupt anybody. We don't have the access to the switcher that Bristol has. So
now they have a TV Magic What is a Hard Out graphic, which is awesome. See, you can say what you want about McAfee. He's got a sense of humor. By the way, too. All right, screw the NFL coaching teams.
I'm sorry.
It's
not going anywhere.
We're going to get to the 12 o'clock hour. We'll do it then. Let's just talk about McAfee. It was announced today that he's going to be on the pregame show for Monday Night Football.
Right.
Okay. They pay him a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Let me tell you how money works, kids.
Yeah, they don't pay him $60 million a year reportedly to sit on his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They pay him this money because he's an asset. So I don't think this is for all of you who think oh, McAfee is just stomping around and no, they're paying him a lot of money. They're going to utilize him. They have full access to him. They're going to put him on these shows. And
Michael Severe made a great point today where he's like, Greeny got the huge contract, and then Greeny was working 24/7 and they worked him to death. Stephen A. Smith got the huge contract and he was everywhere and they worked him to death. Now it's Pat McAfee's turn.
Yes, 1,000,000%. Yeah. And when you invest in an asset like this, they're going to use that asset. And so I think that, do you not like his work, or do you not like that you see him a lot? Because I actually think that for what he does, he brings in good guests. He's prepared. He tries to talk about it. If you don't like the jokes that he makes, that's fine. But it's not like they're giving this guy all this money and they're not going to use him and he's just being lazy. There are plenty of people in broadcasting who get paid a lot of money and they don't do enough work for the money that they get paid. He does it.
We have the show on. It's on mute. I have no idea if the show's any good or not. It's whatever to me. On College Game Day, I think he's fine because he doesn't run roughshod over the operation, right? There are pillars in place that prevent Pat McAfee from hey, it's the Pat McAfee show, everybody. He talks different on College Game Day. It's a different version of Pat McAfee. I've watched a couple of the alt casts, not for me, but I see why people like it. It's fine. But yeah, it's his turn to get the $60 million a year.
There's some of these I understand Gen Xers and millennials maybe not liking him because it's just you grew up with a Pat McAfee and you're how did the goof that I grew up with end up being this rich and
that's
being
on TV? Real question people are asking.
Yeah. But at the same time, I don't want the Gen Zers to be blamed for it's not all of us. I got a boomer dad.
It's not Matt McMaster's fault.
It's not Matt McMaster's fault. I got a boomer dad. He's got a lot of boomer friends. They love this guy. All right. They find this guy entertaining. Okay. There are plenty of people who actually enjoy what this guy do. So this whole idea, him, I just don't want the blame to be put on him for him working a lot. Okay. He's made a product and built an audience that people loved and still like. ESPN has paid him a ton of money for it. They're going to work him, right? They're going to work him. They're going to get their money's worth off of him. And I'd also like to just throw it out there. Like, I'm sure if like, I don't know. I try and balance this where it's like, I don't think that they're just giving a guy who's bad at his job all these opportunities. I actually think he does a good job.
I did see an interesting theory earlier this week where, the Pat McAfee show rose up through the ranks of podcasts and all this because it was a little anti-establishment, right? It was a punter with a big mouth who kind of said things that like, ooh, you're not supposed to say that, or ooh, that good insight there from a locker room. Didn't know that happened. Nobody ever says those things in public. And now that he is the establishment, he can't do some of the same things that made him popular. So some of like the people who have rocked with him for decades now are like, don't know if this is the Pat McAfee I fell in love with.
Here's my counterpoint.
Sure.
I saw that awful announcing article that you're referring to about him being the establishment. I think the person who's writing that isn't a Pat McAfee fan to begin with. Okay.
Would definitely agree with that.
So that's why I questioned that article. Number 2, he just went on TV right now, right? Talking about this 5 minutes ago. He just went on TV right now and explained to you why it was the other network's big show's fault that what happened yesterday happened.
Sure.
He just gave you a super sarcastic, what is a hard out graphic.
ESPN probably would have preferred he not do that.
Telling you
Absolutely.
why it was the network's fault and First Take's fault as to why that happened. I still think this MFer is anti-establishment. He very famously, a year and a half ago, went on and said, brother, we got some people here at ESPN who are annoying as hell at the top of the food chain who don't want me to succeed. He said it live on ESPN television for everybody to hear it and said, I have 2 bosses and here they are. I respond to them. He's got no problem telling Adam Schefter, hey, you skipped out on an interview with us. Not only are we not going to have you on for 3 months, we're going to bring on your biggest competition in Ian Rappaport. I don't buy it all for a second that he is now some white knight establishment guru for ESPN pumping sunshine that
These
they
are
want
very
to
fair
pump.
points, Matt.
I think he still is very much rooted in I am who I am. Do you know what isn't establishment? Hey, I'm going to make a country album that I know is going to embarrass me, but I don't give a damn. Like, that's just what this. Now, maybe the country album is probably the worst point, but like, you get what I'm saying. He still does very anti-establishment stuff. So I don't buy that. And by the way, too, they still when they go off of ESPN television, they're still rolling on their YouTube channel. He's cussing and he's swearing and he's calling people out and he flips a switch and he's like, all right, I'm back to who I am before. So I saw that article you're referring to. I just think it's somebody who doesn't like him, who's trying to paint him as something that clearly doesn't listen to him. Look what he just did when we got on here. He spent a whole 5 minutes of sarcastically telling the audience what's a hard out wasn't my fault. It's the people who I work with's fault.
It was such a wordy graphic. I was like, gosh, I have to okay, I'm trying to pay attention to Matt, but what is this very wordy graphic that's on the screen?
So, are we all going to be Pat McAfee'd out? Absolutely.
I'm there.
They're paying him $60 million a year. They're going to, what did Charles Barkley say before he was with TNT? They ain't going to work me like a dog and not pay me no money. ESPN2, ESPNU, ESPN the Oche, ESPN Deportes. This is what that company does.
I do wonder how many things Charles Barkley has been asked to do
and he
that
just
he's
goes
said no to.
Yeah.
Is there extra? It's kind of like around here where I ask you guys to do extra things and you go, is there more money involved? And
Yes!
I say no. And then you end up not doing the things I ask you to do, which I totally get.
Cracky goes, it just all seems so performative and not genuine. You know what? Like,
at times.
Yeah, but maybe that's just you not liking the product. And there's nothing wrong with you not liking Pat McAfee. I have no problem with people not liking Pat McAfee.
I liked Stephen A. Smith when he was an insider and, reporting on the Sixers.
Now, but that is a guy who's changed.
Yeah.
And I think Pat McAfee has changed as well. I'm not saying that Pat McAfee hasn't changed, but I just don't like this idea that he's the one being like, I got to be on game day and I got to do this and I got to do that. No, ESPN's going to get their money's worth. and he's going to work, and they're going to send him everywhere. And you want to complain about all the money that he's making, right? Well, he's got to do the work to do it, and he's doing it. So
maybe he hates his wife and kids. You ever thought about that?
Maybe. But I agree with a lot of the McAfee points. I saw that one you were referring to with he's now the establishment. He still does very non-establishment things. And I think it's the people who think he's establishment or just the people who don't follow him. As you can tell, I'm definitely more of a McAfee fan than not a McAfee fan. There are moments. I did watch one of those simulcasts though, and I was like, get me the hell out of here. This is awful. This is terrible. I don't want any of this stuff. Like there's some things he does where I'm like, this is too much.
I will literally drop everything I'm doing on Saturday morning when he brings that kid on to kick a field goal. Everything stops.
He's got some things, and like, I like that they decided we are not going to get another dude to do the Corso, mascot tradition. We're going to let McAfee do his own little thing. And I think that works. I think he's really good on game day. And I would not be shocked if he goes on Monday Night Football and people are like, wow,
that's another thing
good.
where there's bumpers in place to prevent him from doing the Pat McAfee show, right?
Yeah.
Theoretically.
We got to take a break. Dang it, I'm going to give you no time for odd news. We'll just take a break. We'll figure out what we're doing next when we get there. We're on Middays with them, 1620 Zone Radio Network.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
We got 3.5 minutes for one good story.
Plenty of time.
So much time. A very adequate amount
An
of time.
above average amount of time
Absolutely.
to do the odd news today.
How-
Now, I just want to be very clear for all the people listening right now. I know I only have 3 minutes, but let me get this out. This is a segment where we don't talk about sports. It's called the odd news. I read an odd news story. Just want everyone to be clear.
We should read an email we got.
We will.
Early.
We'll
Okay,
start the noon hour or something
perfect.
like that.
We
or I don't
got
know.
an incredible email we need to share with everybody. Continue.
New
Josh Hodgson.
Orleans police say a man was stabbed Monday morning on the West Bank. An initial police report says the victim was near a corner of an intersection. It's not important to the story. The victim was walking when approached by the suspect who propositioned him. The man tells investigators he declined the invitation and just kept walking. A short time later, a bystander stopped the victim and advised him that he was bleeding. Cops say it was not until then that the man realized he had been stabbed. The victim then discovered he had sustained multiple stab wounds.
Oh my God.
It happened around 7:30 a.m.
Where? So he doesn't know where he got stabbed or when he got stabbed or whom stabbed him?
He believes the man who propositioned him stabbed him, but
he
couldn't really tell.
Or wow. Okay. Is this guy just made of steel? Is he and like that
Great.
is wild?
Was he so intoxicated that the stab wounds had little to no effect on him? I don't know.
Oh, well, we're so it was 7:30 in the morning, but he
Yeah.
was walking back from somewhere.
I don't know. God, I've heard New Orleans is a town where you can party till the sun comes up.
Yeah, I hear about those places, and you hear about like some of these adult places in Atlanta where you come out and it's like morning, like the sun is out. I don't think I ever will do that or have any sort of want to. That just seems like a lot of time with people. You know what I'm saying? Like it seems like a lot of time to be around people.
Yeah.
If you're out until the morning, where it's just like
great take.
I'm kind of a 4.5 hour guy, right? You get 4.5 hours of me out, and then I'm good. Believe it or not, my social battery does drain. I think that might surprise
It does
some people.
surprise me.
But like when you're basically look at me as an iPhone. My usage time per day is probably like 8 hours as a human, you know? That battery drains really fast when you're using your iPhone 8 hours a day. That's kind of me where I'm always talking. I get sick of this thing pretty quickly sometimes. That's why for St. Patty's Day, I start as early as I possibly can. Because I start early and that way I can go home earlier in the day, you know?
Oh, okay.
And I can grab a sleep and I can recharge and then maybe I come out later. That's why I love the 11 a.m. football games. Because you go out, you tailgate, you watch the football, you go back, you take your nap, you come back out later in the night.
Big debate. 11 a.m. kickoffs.
Love them. Do you like them? I love them. I love them. I love talking about sports. We'll describe why at 12 o'clock here on Middays with Matt.
Josh Hodson's boyhood hero was Hank Aaron. Matt McMasters was the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Now it's starting to all make sense. Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
All right, this show has the potential to get sidetracked very quickly today. Very quickly.
I heard a great X's and O's conversation with Connor, Mike, and Sam McEwen this morning.
Yes.
And I was like, wow, I'll bet Matt would like to do something like that. And I just can't provide that for him.
No,
I don't know.
It's not that. I think this is perfect that I walk in here with all of these stats and ADOT and time to target and P2S percentage, and you just blank during those segments, and I go,
wow, look at what Pat McAfee's doing on the TV, Matt.
There it is. And then you go, you got to see this email I got. Please read what was sent to you today. I don't like making fun of listeners. I love our listeners, but Don, we got to get with the program. What did Don write to you today?
You know, we do this thing called the crossover, and you know, people are coming and going, people are new, like totally get where Don is coming from. It's just funny to us because this happens from time to time, and you're telling on yourself like, hey, I don't listen all the time.
This email is the epitome of the 3 scene in Inglourious Basterds. Okay.
Yes.
Whenever we get, and this, believe it or not, happens with more than just listeners. Okay. This happens everywhere, all walks, where it's just like, they're like, why weren't you talking about sports at the beginning of the show? Please read this.
Sending a message about the show at 10 o'clock in the morning. Love your show and the hosts talk about sports. Probably hard to fill all the time, so I sort of understand. So Don's not trying to be mean. He's trying to help, and totally get that when we thank him for it. But we are going to use him for content here. I listened for about half an hour this morning and heard about Rapunzel, Toy Story, macaroni and cheese, and handing out baseballs as business cards. If there was more talk about sports and less nonsense, I would listen to your show more often and for a longer period of time. Hope you find this helpful.
You know, I find this email incredible.
It's also very polite.
It's also not. We're not trying to make fun of Don.
No.
It's one of those things where, can you read the things we talked about again?
Precisely. Rapunzel. It was Anna and Elsa from Frozen. Not to well, actually.
No. I remember I brought up Rapunzel showing up in Frozen 3. That was a sentence I said. I did bring up Rapunzel.
Okay, my mistake. Don listening better than I am. Toy Story, macaroni and cheese. I don't remember macaroni and cheese coming up. I'll be honest.
This is when I said I would put my macaroni and cheese recipe on the baseball.
Yeah, with the slap your mama. And handing out baseballs as business cards. Now, again, not to well, actually, baseball, a sport.
Here's my thing. You read that sentence and you go, I listened this morning and you talked about Rapunzel, mac and cheese, and handing out baseballs like business cards. To which then I read that and go, what is my job? What do I do for a living?
That's
That is everything. Don is correct.
Don, I would suggest you download the Sam McEwen conversation with Connor and Mike earlier today. You'll love it. I found it fascinating as a guy who loves the nonsense that we do each and every day. That was a great X's and O's conversation. You know, like you said, we're on the air for hours at a time. It can't all be
Donnie.
Should it be more buttoned up? Yeah, probably.
Donnie, baby, Bubba. Tune into us from 11 to 1. We got all the sports for you.
Except at the odd news. That's at 11:45.
Yeah, but honestly, the host does a really bad job of timing that out. So it's really just like 4 minutes anyway.
Less work for me.
11, because even like our rundown, we're still coming off the crossover, and we will get sidetracked and talk about grilled cheese, you know? Like 11 to 1, we're sport. And then the reason I cut it off at 1 is because then at like 1:20, we do like top 10, you know, places you don't want to park or something like that.
I did top 10 college football games yesterday because I was like, you know, people are because we have found over the years there's a large segment of the audience that completely abandons us over the summer because of the nonsense.
Exactly.
And comes back for football season because that's the only thing they care about. Now, as of lately, they've been like, hey, basketball, let me stick around with the zone. It's been very good for us. We thank you for it. But I remembered yesterday, hey, football listeners are coming back. Let's, it was Monday. It was my first day back from vacation. I was like, hey, let's really laser in here. And it's Wednesday, my third day back from vacation. And I'm already like, bleep this, man. Let's have fun. Let's talk about how Pat McAfee is silly.
Before 11 o'clock, we're talking about Matt Rule said a word, and I wonder if he said it in his locker room.
That was a football-focused conversation.
It was a football-focused
that I turned into nonsense
conversation. Typically,
maybe I'm the problem.
Typically, we're not talking about does Brad Garrett look like Jed Fish, between 11 and 1 o'clock.
That's right.
Okay. Now, Don. Hey, man. How you doing? Love you. Thanks for listening to the show. Let's talk about sports.
Sports.
This is the quintessential sport radio conversation we're about to have.
All right.
An individual wrote something about sport, and I'm now going to explain why I would change a writer's way of writing, even though I've never written on a publication even close to The Athletic. This is the classic sport radio segment where a yearly article that came out from The Athletic, which was written by Mr. Chris Vanini, a very good writer for The Athletic, released his college coaching tiers. We're going to tier everybody up, and we're going to tell you what Chris Vanini thinks is good, what Chris Vanini thinks is great, and what Chris Vanini thinks is bad. Okay? The college coaching tiers are out. Your number one question, who was in tier 1? I like it when we do this, where we go, tier 1 is like 1 or 2 people. Not a lot of people get into tier 1. Tier 1 is Kurt Cignetti and Kirby Smart. Great tier.
I like that he was so limited on the top tier.
Great tier. Mm-hmm. Phenomenal tier. How can you argue with this? By the way, I love that we're still giving a ton of respect to Kirby, because I feel like it'd be very easy for people to be like, oh, he hasn't been in a national championship. Hey, he's had some early exits in the
teetering
CFP.
With me.
No, look, won the SEC title back-to-back years. Georgia has still been awesome. They've played, dude. That game they had last year with Ole Miss and them could have gone either way. Instant classic. They play a lot of great games. Still an awesome coach, and he's a coach that very much won in like the very end of the old guard. Mm-hmm. It still has adjusted very well to the new guard, and I think he's a grinder. He's an absolute grinder, awesome coach. There is one coach though who's in tier 2 that I would have put in tier 1.
Oh, okay.
I would have put Ryan Day in tier 1.
You would have.
I would have put Ryan Day in tier 1. Okay. This guy, a lot of criticism, born on third base, inherited, a great program, after Urban Meyer, like all that type of stuff, right? Like has been said about him. And we really pushed the envelope in terms of the Ryan Day conversation 2 years ago, in terms of, is this guy really the dude? And what did he go out and do? He won the national championship. And the year before he won the national championship, he played Michigan in one of their most competitive games of the entire season in 23 and ended up losing to them, right? And then they ended up winning the Natty. Then the year before that, they played in that New Year's Eve game where they were just a kick away from beating the eventual national champion in Georgia. They had went multiple years of losing to the best team in the country and not getting over the hump, to then people being like, wow, Tennessee is going to evade Columbus and they're going to make their voices heard at that playoff game. And if they end up losing that playoff, I'm pretty sure Tennessee was favored in that playoff game, by the way. I don't know for sure, but still, that was a very contentious moment in his career. They beat the brakes off of Tennessee. They beat Texas. They play a great game. They killed Oregon, right? And one was like, oh my God, what a game. This game of the year, potentially. They killed them. They did everything they needed to do. And then they follow that up with last year, coming off their national championship victory, played Indiana in Indiana's toughest game of the year, one of their toughest games of the year, had an awesome team. I question, hey, did that elongated rest time that they had, right? Did that end up affecting them in the college football playoff? They played a very competitive game against Miami, who ended up making the national championship. Like, the guy in the last 4 years has either been eliminated by the eventual national champion or the team that went to the national championship and has won a national championship. And I'm kind of like, I don't love that Ryan Day is in the same tier as Kyle Whittingham. You know, like I'm not the biggest fan that Ryan Day is in the same tier as Lane Kiffin, who hasn't been to a national championship. I'm not a fan of the fact that Ryan Day is in the same tier as James Franklin, who he has. Ryan Day is the reason James Franklin doesn't have a job at Penn State anymore. Can we recognize that? James Franklin is no longer the head coach of his former team because he couldn't beat Ryan Day. So, like, it's one of those instances where it's like, I don't know, man. Like, maybe, like, I kind of want more tiers. I want tiers within the tiers almost because it's just like, I feel like some of these guys in these tiers are very separated from one another.
Power rankings with sub tiers.
But I mean, even if you go to like tier 2, Brett Bielema won 19 games, okay, at Illinois. Nobody's ever done that. Nobody's ever done what Brett Bielema has done at Illinois. And they went 8-5, 5-7, 10 and they went 10-3, then 9-3, something like that, right? Like they've 19 games, 2 years. Lance Leipold is 25-25 in his last 4 seasons. I'm like, I think Brett Bielema's I would much rather have Brett Bielema be my coach than Lance Leipold, who the last 2 years have been under 500 seasons over at Kansas. They were 5-7-25. They were 5-7-24. Lance Leipold is 10-17 in his last 2 seasons. Brett Bielema is 19-10. I understand the resources that he has at Kansas aren't abundant, but you understand what I'm saying here, right? Like, I just Bronco Mendenhall, very, very much respect what he's done, what he did at BYU all those years ago. He's 31-30 over his last 5 seasons at Utah State. Okay, like I look at some of these and I go, I get why Brett Bielema. I understand why Brett Bielema is in tier 3. Okay, I understand why Kirk Ferentz is in tier 3. I understand why PJ Fleck is in tier 3. I get why Rhett Lashley is in tier 3. I understand that. They shouldn't be with the crystal balls and with Ryan Day and with Marcus Freeman and with Dan Lanning and Steve Sarkisian. I also, though, look at these tiers and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not putting those guys on similar levels, right? Like, I don't know. I'd break this up. I honestly think I'd make tier 3 a little bit more selective. I think tier 3 might have too many coaches. Matt Rule.
Yeah. Where's Matt Rule? Top tier 2?
Tier 4.
4?
Tier 4.
That's not very high.
With the likes of...
Sorry, no real way to sugarcoat that, people.
No, it's not. He's with the likes of Shane Beamer, with the likes of Alex Golish, with the likes of Brent Key from Georgia Tech.
All these up-and-coming coaches.
Talk about an up-and-coming coach. He's with Eric Morris, Barry Odom, Greg Schiano.
Eric Morris?
He's the Oklahoma State guy.
This is yes, okay.
Up-and-coming. You said up-and-coming. I went there. By the way, Brett Venables in tier 4. Well, they made the college football playoff last year. Just saying.
Last year
they made the college football playoff. And he's like,
and Matt Rule's on the same tier as this guy. That's great. God, I am older than Eric Morris.
How old is he? 33?
He's 40.
Wow. You're older than Eric Morris?
Yeah.
You don't look older than Eric Morris. You really don't.
You know, that job ages you.
I'm totally okay with Matt Rule being in the tier that he's in. I do not think that he is on the level of Ferentz. I don't think he's when they did those rankings of Big Ten teams in the Big Ten coaches, On 3 did that. My first question was like, how is Matt Rule above PJ Fleck? No offense to Matt Rule. I think what PJ Fleck has done in Minnesota is super impressive with consistent 8-win seasons. And they had that 1 year in 2019. And, they haven't really been able to recapture that, but they've still been able to get and produce some really, really impressive talent.
If only there was some sort of head-to-head metric that would tell me who's the better coach between PJ Fleck and Matt Rule.
I'm just saying, I'm not okay with Lincoln Riley and Lance Leipold being in the same tier.
Whoa.
I'm not. I almost feel like you could take a great portion of tier 3 and put them in tier 4, and I don't think anybody would be upset.
Seems like you want these tiers shaved down a little bit.
I want them all. I want like 40 coaches in tier 4.
Yeah.
And I'd put like 25 in tier 3. You gotta be this tall to ride this ride, to be one of the first 3 tier, in my opinion. This is why this is classic sport radio. I'm telling a writer how to write his own article, even though I've never written before.
Not how I would have done it.
But
you did it one way. That's one way to do it. It's not the right way. Not the way I would have done it.
Hey, good job there. Now you're a producer telling the radio host how to host radio. This is perfect. I'm getting a taste of my own medicine.
Everybody's telling everybody how to do their job.
I will say this, though. If we're looking at tier 4, I think Matt Rule has one of the better chances to jump up to tier 3 if he were to win at Nebraska. Like, I don't think it would take a lot for Matt Rule to jump to that next tier. I think if Nebraska were to go to 8-4 this season, he would still be in tier 4, but it would write as, hey, he's close. He's close to getting up to that next tier. If they were to go 9-3 this year, I'd almost be as bullish to say that he would jump up to tier 3 the next year. And they would say, look what he inherited. They didn't make a bowl game for 6 years. They had to clean up what was going on within the program. 5 regular season wins, 6 regular season wins, 7 regular season wins, 9 regular season wins. If he were to get to 9-3, they'd be 6-3 in the Big Ten Conference. So I look at Rule in this list and I go, if they can have a massive jump year, he would be in that next year. I think Alex Golish would qualify there as well in terms of bringing his guy over from South Florida. If they were to be really good right away at Auburn, and Byron Brown just has an incredible year, that's a guy I could see to jump to tier 3. John Sumrall, by the way, has never coached and won a Power 4 game, and he's in tier 3.
Oh, interesting.
He's in the same tier with Lincoln Riley, who has produced multiple Heisman Trophy winners, who's been to, who's played in some very, very big bowl games, who's had multiple 10-win seasons at Oklahoma, who's knocking on the door of finally breaking through at USC. Lincoln Riley went down from tier 2 to tier 3, but I'm telling you, I'd shave tier 3 just a little bit, but I don't think Rule is too far away from jumping up to tier 4, because I think that's the benefit you get from being at Nebraska. Like, that's the benefit from having all of those eyes on you. That's the benefit of, honestly, it's honestly the slight benefit as well of, you're taking over such a crappy program that as soon as you get them to a 9-win mark, we go, hey, one hell of a job, and I'm sorry if people are offended by that. Before Matt Rule took over for Scott Frost, Nebraska was a crappy program. They didn't make a bowl game longer than anybody else in Power 5. I don't know how to tell you. I don't know how to, if you're offended by that, I'm sorry. There's no other way of putting it. Oh my God, there's a ton of YouTube chat here.
They're chatting it up in there.
Chatting. This is incredible. Let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino text line. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. John with no H.
No H.
Goes ahead and this was me talking about me not having a social battery. He writes in, if that's how you feel about people, you're going to be me in 10 years. I think John's turning face on me right now, by the way. I think he's starting to turn it around. Just throwing it out there. Steve from the text line writes,
hi, Steve.
Much rather have Lance Leipold 70 winning percentage than Matt Rule 0.519. I do think the winning percentage argument with Matt Rule is a little blown out of proportion, considering what did he take over and how did he take over those teams.
It was real bad when he got here, guys.
It was, it was an awful situation at Baylor when all of that occurred. And Temple was Temple at the time when he took over. I do find it interesting. Like, there was Leipold versus Rule when Rule got hired was a conversation we were having.
Leipold was on the wheel.
I'm going to be real with you. I think I would have rather hired Leipold at the time. Like, I think I was just really enamored with the success that he had at Kansas, and kind of stemming from the same, hey, this is what you did. Like, he did this with that program. Imagine what he can do with Nebraska's program. And considering the fact that he was most recently in college and didn't have to, Matt Rule had to readjust coming back to the college football game, right? He was in the NFL for an extended period of time. You got to come back and you got to get your wits about you and be like, all right, okay, I remember how we do this. Lance was coming off of a lot of momentum at Kansas. There were a lot of people who had the take that they'd rather have Leipold over Rule at the time, and I don't think anybody really would have blamed him. And now, granted, last year wasn't a very good year for Kansas. The year before, when they were coming off of that 9-win season, they suffered a lot of injuries. I think they were a lot better than what their record, seemed to be. But they just kept getting hurt over and over again. Then last year they weren't very good. I haven't done too much homework on what they're going to look like this year. Jay Skirtod types in.
Hi, Jay Skirtod.
I love the show, and the crossover segments are great. Just like I have an opinion, dumb debates, and Josh's top 10. Whoa.
Thank you, Jay Skirtod.
Oh my God. Josh, did you hear that? Your top 10 it's in the realm of I have an opinion.
This is
a big moment.
It's an honor. It's humbling. Tell me more.
Oh my God! Now we're talking about Frank Solich in the YouTube chat.
He's back. I don't. What are we saying about Frank Solich? Anything interesting?
No. Someone just said it was what the biggest mistakes were. Someone's mad at me. Radman goes, Matt Rule might be number 10, number 11 head coach in his own conference. Stop Matt with putting him on a pedestal.
I believe you put a lot of caveats in there.
I put a ton of caveats in
if he wins, if he does this, if he does this. A lot like people tell me that this is going to be the most talented Nebraska football team.
I actually do think it is. It's just I don't.
If the D-line comes together, if the special teams can not be a disaster, if Anthony Calander, if someone can run the football.
Can we go back? Can we go back? Two turnstiles back.
Okay.
If the special teams isn't a disaster. I feel like we kind of are skating over that just a little bit. Like Kenneth Williams, I think is going to be a big loss, and turning over like Eckler left, whatever that happened.
Yeah, I'm not so.
I think
concerned
we've established like that. That is what it is. You move on.
He was never going to stay.
Yes, thank you, Josh. The mistake isn't Eckler leaving. The mistake would be not hiring someone who's had the pedigree before, who's coached special teams in the Big Ten. And don't get me wrong, Brett Maher, incredibly successful in what his former realm of special teams was. It's just that this is a very big responsibility to give to a guy who hasn't had that responsibility before. And I understand the idea of, hey, we're keeping the same systems. We're gonna continue to do the things that made us successful from the year prior. I also, though, throw in the fact that you don't have one of those guys who individually made you very successful in Kenneth Williams, who is now playing for another Big Ten team. That is, I feel like we talk a lot about the D-line and we've talked a lot about the running backs because personally, like I do see a world where Jashir Whittington is impactful for this team. I do see a world where Riley Van Poppel, where the progression wasn't necessarily linear and what he needed was more snaps to learn from in order to be better and to be the effective D-lineman he could be. I don't know, man. I don't know how many silver linings there are on special teams other than, okay, maybe they just stole the secret sauce and they can continue to do that. And they've learned this is what we need to do. And these are our strategies. And this is how we prioritize that stuff. But I think that there are actually in my opinion, are more silver linings that you can find on the D-line and the running back room than the overall grouping of special teams. Considering the fact that you have a guy who's never coached Big Ten special teams before, and you have a guy who, I don't know who's returning kicks.
Could be you, Matt. Eligibility is a construct now.
I'm out. I'm out of eligibility.
You're out.
I'm fully out of eligibility.
You've exhausted it all. Are you sure? I heard
this is one of those things where everyone goes, the best ability is availability.
Uh-huh.
I was available for 4 years at the University of Nebraska.
You get 5 now. I don't know if you heard this.
I never had the ability to be on that team. And frankly,
have you asked?
No, I never asked.
Okay.
Never asked for a tryout.
You know, Sean Callahan caught that one punt that time.
I was really hoping that I would be asked to catch the punts. I really was. People made fun of me about it. They're like, really? You think it's like, not that I think I'm a big enough deal to be asked. It's just, it's nice to be asked. Okay.
I could probably arrange it to where you return a reaver punt.
In all day. Take a break here. Let's talk a little NFL training camp coming up next year on Middays with Matt.
Family Man Josh Hodson, Family Man Matt Mc... You're kidding me, right? They want me to read this? Okay. Family Man Josh Hodson, Family Man Matt I'm sorry, there's just no way I'm going to get through this. You're listening to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
We go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, where at Prairie Flower Casino you can play longer and win more. We welcome in one of our favorites who we haven't heard from quite a while. Random Mike is on line too. Mike, how are you, my friend?
This will be brief, I promise. It's an honor to call the Dan Patrick Commercial Network. He does a good commercial, I'll give him that.
Dude wipes.
Dude wipes.
One question for you.
Okay.
You may know more than I do. After the Iowa game, Amy Just was very upset, and I totally agreed with her that with an injured freshman quarterback, very ineffective, why not put in the Player of the Year in NAIA, who's a really talented guy? And that still pisses me off, but maybe I don't know everything, because earlier Rule had said, hey, we can win with Gramsby and Gramstead, that he's a talented guy. So do you have any opinion on that? Do you agree with Amy Just?
No, I don't have any opinion on Jalen Gramstad being entered into the Iowa game, where they clearly were outmatched and outgunned on the defensive end and the special teams end. I don't think putting in Gramstad was going to change the result of that game in any way, shape, or form.
That's interesting, because he's a talented guy, and we had an ineffective young guy that was hurt. And you kept him in there, and then you praised him for staying and playing hurt when you had a guy that was ahead of him.
Was he ahead of him?
Talented.
Was he ahead of him? Was he ahead of him? He was a player.
He was ahead of him earlier in the year.
But okay, but he wasn't ahead of him during that time, Mike. He was ahead of them at the time that it mattered, which was in the end of the season, where he was a 4-star recruit coming out of California, where he had earned the spot he had throughout the rest of the season. So I mean, no disrespect to NAIA and Players of the Year or anything like that, but I think the coaching staff, made the decision that they thought, hey, we have the best shot with this guy. And once again, I don't think in that game where you were playing that putting in Gramstad was going to change anything.
So you disagree with Amy on that? Okay.
It does, Mike. They were talking about a game that happened, in November, and we're in a very different. I don't think any of that stuff matters. I don't think this whether or not I agree with somebody has anything to do with what we're talking about now. That game has come and gone, and the shape of Nebraska football has completely changed since then.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that the new assistants will help, because what was there before was not good at winning games like that and making decisions. It's pretty clear. And being horrible in November and having no wins against good teams over a 10-year period is bad. Changes have to happen. Okay, that's all I got. Bye-bye.
All right. Putting the random in random, Mike. Do I agree with a take from a journalist all the way back in November about whether or not the third quarterback should have been in the game? I don't know. I don't think it matters.
Have a take, Matt.
Whose side are you? Well, I guess there's no side. We love Mike's
side of chaos.
Thank you, Mike, for calling in. We love it when you come in and talk to us. I appreciate it greatly. Go ahead and hit that music, Mr.
That music?
Josh Hodson. Yes, that music. God. Soak it in. Look at me. I'm putting both of my headphones on.
That's how you know it's good.
Training camp updates here with Middays with Matt. The 3 teams that Josh Hodson selected for me in our pre-show meeting are very intense. We call it the fist fight pre-show meeting between Josh Hodson and I.
Mapping out everything.
We just it's a slobber knocker 12-round fight to decide what content will be produced during the show. He picked me 3 random teams to talk about in their training camp update. So let's go over the first one, the Indianapolis Colts. Remember the Indianapolis Colts and how good they looked in the first 8 weeks of the season? Then Daniel Jones got hurt. His tore his Achilles. We didn't know what his availability was going to be for this season, right? The Achilles injury has really turned into, man, science is incredible. We went from you tear your Achilles and you're done for the next year. You're done for a year. We don't know what's going to happen to you. He's looking great in training camp. Here's a quote. from ESPN. He's proven he is ready for the season by performing well on a consistent basis. There's currently right now some concerns with the linebacker room for the Indianapolis Colts, but it's a very talented roster, top to bottom. Jonathan Taylor obviously gets his contract extension. The offensive line is humming with consistent Pro Bowlers. You have some interesting weapons in Tyler Warren and Alec Pierce, who they signed to a big deal last season. I think the Colts could be a very sneaky team in the AFC, and they're very quietly the AFC West AFC South has become a division that could produce two playoff teams. They produced two playoff teams last year, Jacksonville and Houston, but I don't know, man. The Colts are going to be competitive this year as long as Daniel Jones is healthy. And then the Tennessee Titans, they could sneak a win, I think, this season against Jacksonville or Houston or Indianapolis. I think Tennessee could. I'm not saying the Titans are going to win the playoffs, but I think they could end up taking a game that would be very important to one of those three teams. But Indianapolis getting the news that they need a lot. That team overall plays better when Daniel Jones played at the level he did last season, looking good in camp. We go to Washington, where Jaden Daniels reportedly is looking more comfortable as training camp continues.
Is he?
He's settling into the offense. Major concerns, though, on the offensive line as their center and their tackle, Laramie Tunsil, both hurt for an extended period of time. Their center has been out for the last 2 weeks. Tunsil's torn his tricep. We don't know when he's going to come back. Unfortunately for Jaden Daniels, a player who obviously in college had injury concerns coming out of LSU, who got hurt pretty brutally last season. The offensive line may not be up to snuff, but reportedly, Stephon Diggs, their late season addition. Remember, we had all of the rumors about Brandon Ayuk, which, by the way, what the hell's happened to that guy? That's kind of crazy. Diggs, though, last season was very underrated. He had over 1,000 yards with 4 touchdowns. Stat I got from the Mina Kimes podcast, he only played 55% of his snaps of the New England Patriots last year, but he got 85 receptions and 1,000 yards in those 55% of snaps. Crazy stats. So could be a very low risk, high impact player when it comes to a late free agency addition for the Washington Commanders. Our final team, a team that we've talked a lot about on the show, the Minnesota Vikings, because adding Kyler Murray, saying no to J.J. McCarthy. We're expected to not see Murray in the preseason. It's not very common for O'Connell to play his starters, but their guy who plays a lot in the preseason is Max Brosmer. He's been out with a wrist injury for the last couple of practices, which means that we might see Carson Wentz and J.J. McCarthy in the preseason. I know, they got 4. Remember at one point that the Minnesota Vikings had Daniel Jones in their quarterback group. People do forget about that.
I'm people.
So Wentz and McCarthy might play in their preseason game on Saturday. They are going to have a joint practice, the Minnesota Vikings are, with the Baltimore Ravens starting today and tomorrow. Speaking of joint practices, we had a very viral video that... was in the WWF at the time.
Oh yeah, he did it all. He was WCW, WWF, WWE, TNA. He's it's like the song. He's been everywhere.
So
man.
He's got a son, Brock Reichsteiner, okay, who plays for the New Orleans Saints. Brock is suspended for 6 games, by the way.
Plays as an intro.
They're some of the best content. I don't care. I like it. I laugh when people fall over on the internet, and I find it very funny when these grown men fight each other.
I have a conspiracy theory.
Ooh, what is your
about
conspiracy
this fight.
theory on Brock Reichsteiner?
I believe Brock knows he is not long for the NFL since he has been suspended for more games that he's played at this point, 6-0. I believe he is trying to get fired so that he can go to the WWE and form some type of tag team alliance with his brother who goes by the name Braun Breaker.
Yeah.
And so that he can be painted as the bad boy of the NFL. Like, hey, I was too violent. I was too aggressive for the NFL. Now, this is just a conspiracy theory. I don't actually think this is real. This is like Babe Ruth doesn't exist. Like, this is just kind of fun to talk about on the radio. Like, I think he's setting himself up for a life after the NFL, which is going to come very, very soon.
The guy was signed coming off of rookie minicamp and is suspended for 6 games. Okay. Like, he didn't get drafted out of Jacksonville State. So I don't believe that, Big Papa Pump's, son is going to end up on a football roster, but very, very funny. Can I say a wrestling trope I don't like?
Yeah. What you got?
I don't like it when we're just like, oh, they have some sort of relation. Let's just pair them up together. Where it's like
they're family. They must like each other.
Yeah. Anytime though, like even dating to like when we have like new lucha libres, right? In WWE, we go, well, he's got to be in a group with Rey Mysterio.
We have to put all the Mexican people together.
Thank you.
We have to put all the Germans together.
Thank you.
We have to put all of the Italian guys together.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
We're like, hey, you guys are married and people know about it now. Mixed tag, Brie Bella and Daniel Bryan. Mixed tag, AJ Lee and CM Punk. Mixed tag, Lita and Edge. It's one of those things where it's just like we can just have people be separate. They put all the Samoans together. They signed Zilla Fatu, and now they're gonna
put a nympho baby.
We don't just have to be like, oh, you got a relation. No, like let people be people. Not every lucha has had to be in a group with Rey Mysterio at some point. You can let them breathe. You can let them do their own thing. Huh. Hit the gong. I had to get that off my chest.
Good point. Thank you, man.
Just the rant gong. I just had to get that out there, man.
You seem lighter now that you got that out there.
Just like you said, it's like, oh, Mexican guy. We got to put him with all the other Mexican wrestlers. No, let the guy create his own legacy.
Nah, let's use the one that's been built already. It's less work for us.
Radman goes, joint practices, unproductive, wasted time. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think, there's a reason why these staffs keep doing it. Pretty sure that I'm almost positive. I'm almost 1,000% positive Matt Rule did joint practices with Bill Belichick. And I think that's where that relationship stemmed from. So there is some benefit to it, I think, in terms of getting some actual intense.
At a certain point, the old adage of, we're tired of hitting the same colored jerseys.
Well, also they get a lot of ones-on-ones work done, in these joint practices. Where in preseason, they don't really play the ones a whole lot because, in joint practices and just at least in those, you can have a little bit more of a controlled environment, But
a lot of people concerned that I used the phrase nympho baby.
Yeah, I was going to let that slide. I was going to, you do this with me all the time where I get over my skis and you kind of let me, I was going to let you go there.
In a promo last night, one of the new Samoans misspoke on a microphone and said he's a nympho baby. I think you have to own that now and put nympho baby on a t-shirt and people will buy it. But he obviously meant to say nepo baby, but he said nympho baby. Or so I'm hearing on the internet. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I'm reading text from John with no H. He's still very, very upset with Matt Rule.
I mean,
I forget what we were talking about with Rule, but he used an FFS with us.
People come to us with their football. They want football content. We give it to them, and then they're like, "Oh, this Matt Rule guy sucks." You gotta pace yourself on this.
Take your time,
Matt Rule stuff.
Take your time.
breathe.
Take your time.
Okay? Like
Million percent.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
It's a,
but,
it's a
I
marathon,
mean,
not a race.
we got 4 months of this football stuff.
That's why there's man. I don't want it to seem like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, but it's a marathon where it's like you just have to be a positive sometime and just be like, okay, hey, Jashir Whittington, what a presser he had. I was super impressed with him. He exudes confidence. I'm excited about it. And then you can also say, man, I'm worried about special teams. I'm worried about special teams. Very worried. I think that's a decision that could really bite them in the butt, that they didn't buckle down and say, hey, Brett, we get it. We love you. Thank you so much for all the work you've done with the kickers. But we were willing to pay Mike Eckler a ton of money in order to continue to be our special teams coordinator. We're just going to parlay that over and poach somebody and just be like, hey, dude, you've had a great unit. Come in. Let's do it. Like that's something I'm worried about. Kenneth goes, this is the most progressive show in 1620 after all.
Thank you, Kenneth.
I mean, we need more people to acknowledge that. We really do try our best. We really do try our best. Thank you so much. Wacky Guest Wednesday coming up next. But before that, let's talk about ticket sales. Woo! And the crowd goes mild here on 1620 The Zone.
He's from the third largest village in the world, Skokie, Illinois. Middays with Matt on 1620, The Zone.
All right, real quick take.
Quick take.
So there are a couple of deals that were posted out by the Husker athletic department yesterday on their Twitter.
$25 for the Youngs.
So you can get student tickets that aren't in the student section for $25, which I think of that if you're not a student now or you weren't a student recently, that's one hell of a deal, especially if you can just go through the athletic department, right? It's really annoying to try and get tickets to a game if you're not, one, connected to people, or two, you didn't previously buy student tickets. As someone who I went to a lot of the games because of my press pass, I never really needed student tickets, so I wouldn't buy student tickets. So when
Sweet flex.
When I did go to games as a student, which were very few and far between, it was a pain in the ass, okay, to try and buy those tickets. So that's a very, cool deal for them. And then obviously, did you see the one where if you buy a ticket to the Washington game, you can get a ticket to Bowling Green or Ohio for $20?
I did see that.
So, we had all these the America 250 deal and the North Dakota concert afterwards and these flash sales and everything like that. And I'm sure the very easy route, however you describe to say it, you want to say it, to take here is talking about the sellout streak and whether or not it still matters and people's opinions on it and so on and so forth. And, you can take the route of, hey, what does this mean what does it show about how much money they want to, revenue they want to generate and all that type of stuff. Quick take, because I'm not going to have that conversation. Those conversations have already been had on the station. I want to throw this at you. All of the efforts that they're taking right now, all of the steps that they're going through to try and get more revenue through these ticket sales and trying to continue the sellout streak, because clearly the interest is just not where it used to be after the last decade of disappointment Nebraska has been. I wonder how much pressure that puts on Troy Dannon for the football season to go successful this year. Because if I'm Troy and I'm the athletic department and you are using all of these bullets and you're coming up with all of these different ideas and you're coming up with all of these different promotions and you're trying your best, you're putting your best foot forward to try and sell these tickets and try and continue this tradition and try and keep up with the Joneses with the money. If I'm doing all these things, I have to imagine it's exhausting. I have to imagine it takes a lot of effort to try and put these things together. And they've done a very good job at, marketing and publishing it and using their own platforms to get these things out here. But if I'm Troy Dannon, and this is my take, this is kind of me speculating. I'm thinking in the back of my mind, man, I really don't want to do this again next year. Like, I really don't want to try and use all this effort to do. I would love for this team to just win some games so the ticket sales just happen naturally and by themselves. I'm thinking I just think you have to think that there's just an added layer of pressure of how much of a pain in the butt this has all been for them to win this year in his mind. All right, quick take a break. Wacky Guest Wednesday coming up next.
It's Wacky Guest Wednesday. Middays with Matt. Who is our guest? We don't know. It could be anybody. It could be an actress. It could be a singer. Could be your mom. A-O, let's go. They're in the green room. Who's our guest? We don't know. They're all booked up and they're ready to go. Hey, Josh, choose a guest. Make them interesting. Don't screw this up, or this will suck. It's Wacky Guest Wednesday.
Already.
Middays with Matt.
Wacky Guest Wednesday on Middays with Matt every single Wednesday at 1 o'clock after we play the best intro song on this radio network.
Whoa.
Josh Odson introduces a guest that I have no idea whom they are, but we intend on having a phenomenal interview with them. Josh, who is our wacky guest this Wednesday?
Well, I was out on vacation last week.
We were, yes, you were.
I know that you didn't do the Wacky Guest Wednesday last week. That's fine. So I know you're a little rusty. I wanted you to have a lot of different places to go. This person covers basketball.
Oh.
This person covers high school football, about to start up, kind of an intriguing season here in the state of Nebraska.
Sure.
This person covers volleyball. Creighton has a high-profile contest this weekend. A lot of different places you can go. This is our good friend from Hurrdat Sports, tortured Phoenix Suns fan,
yes.
Jacob Padilla joins us.
Jacob, have we had you on before? I feel like we've had you on. Did we not?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know that I have been on since the changeover.
Mr. Padilla, I feel like you and I, like we are very like different people, but I feel like we have a lot of the same takes. Like you come on and you get really passionate about niche things, especially in basketball. And I listened to your interview when you were on the Connor Happer show. You're one of my favorite interviews to listen to. I always had a great time. So I very much appreciate you coming on the show today.
Well, thanks for the kind words. And
of course.
Good to hear from my good buddy, Josh Odson. It's been a while since I've gotten to hear Josh's voice.
I have a question, a Phoenix Suns related question for you.
Excellent place to start.
The analytics, you go ahead, you look at PER, you look at efficient field goal percentage, you look at EFF, especially with the kind of like spot shooting and defensive analytics. They hate your boy, Devin Booker. Are you worried about the fact that he's becoming kind of everybody's hot take, empty calorie guy?
No, I think it's tough because I think he's earned a little bit more respect than that because he has been on a team that's made it to the finals.
Good point.
And I think that did carry him for a while. Obviously now with the contract that he signed, it's kind of gone back the other way. It's like, ooh, that's a lot of money for a player at Devin Booker's age and where the team is. But ultimately, I think part of it is just kind of like the lack of defensive like steals and blocks and not a huge rebounder. So some of that like all factors into kind of maybe not ranking as highly in some of those efficiency metrics or those overall kind of catch-all metrics that some players do. But I very much enjoy watching him play basketball, and I very much, as someone, it's weird. Like I guess I have been to Phoenix once, but I've never been to a Suns game there. Like I have no connection to the actual like city organization. It's just the franchise because of Steve Nash. Like that was kind of my into it.
Sure.
So like I don't see all the stuff that he does in the community and all that. I don't have kind of that same connection, but it is kind of cool as a Suns fan, just seeing someone that so openly embraces and wants to be in Phoenix and wants to do as much as he possibly can and win as much as he can with this team, even though it's not necessarily set up to have an easy path to winning the whole thing. But he still wants to be there and wants to be a part of it because obviously he was one of the guys that, the next star to ask out, Devin Booker, that like he was that guy for years.
Yeah.
And there was never any indication like that he was interested in that at all. There's just a lot of people kind of wish casting because everybody always wants stars to move to other big markets for whatever reason.
Sure.
But it is what it is. Like I've kind of settled in. Like the identity they found last year is kind of fun to watch. And I don't love all the players on the team. Like I'm not a huge Dylan Brooks fan in terms of the way he plays basketball, and certainly I'm not a fan of Miles Bridges. So like that was tough. But I do enjoy that I've got Devin Booker still there, and it's kind of a nice little piece of comfort as a Suns fan.
I feel like back in the late 2010s, there was this run of, man, you got to get a guy like Marvin Bagley. You got to get a guy like Willie Cauley-Stein. You have to get a guy like Mo Bamba. And instead, there were a lot of very sharp teams who were drafting wings and guards and, getting more athletic on the offensive end. But now with Wemby, it seems like there's kind of an arms race to get big men and to get guys that can combat him. And now we've seen a guy like Zach Edey, a guy like Ade Mara, a guy like a big man in the Big Ten like Morez Johnson get selected very high in the NBA drafts over the last couple of years. And we've seen a run of kind of very impressive guards who haven't really panned out the way, and wings too, haven't really panned out the way that they were previously. Do you think that we're kind of heading into a shift where there's a lot of money being invested in the college basketball big man that might trickle down and make them a higher priority in the NBA, especially in the draft?
I think like anything in sports, it's all cyclical. Like we saw that the game shift away as teams realized kind of how to space the floor and how to take advantage of kind of the old traditional plotting big men in the past. And now once everybody shifted more towards that, like facing the premium, kind of the optimized version of basketball, now you're starting to see areas where kind of some of those big men can make an impact again, because now the advantage that they have there are bigger than they were previously when there are fewer of those guys. And now we're starting to see them go back to teams realizing, okay, this is another market inefficiency, or if we go back to big. If you got the right kind of guys. So I think that's kind of a lot what we're seeing is that is kind of the next adjustment to the space and pace era, where everybody was all about shooting threes and spacing the floor and less of an focus on post play and things like that.
Sure.
Obviously, a guy like Wemby is one of one. Like there's no you kind of have to come up with a way to combat him, but he does not in any way set any kind of trend. There's not going to be another Victor Wembanyama, but it is interesting seeing teams like the OKC Thunder and others like, all right, we gotta load up to give ourselves options to try to do the best we can against this guy, because he is such an alien and unlike anything we've seen, he's probably only going to keep getting better, considering how young he is in his career and how much room there is still for growth within his offensive game in particular and things like that. So, Wemby himself isn't necessarily, the game's going back a certain way outside of, hey, we got to try to combat this as best we can. But I think we have seen, again, a guy like when Edey was like a junior, like 3 years into his career, he was kind of already established. He had a lot of people question, like, could he actually play in the NBA? Like, he's too big.
Sure.
The team's going to be able to put him in space and just exploit him that way. And now he's got to the league, and as long as he's on the court, he's been really effective. The issues with him has just been the health, which is always a worry when you're that huge of a human being. Our bodies weren't built to play professional sports to begin with, and now you put on all the extra weight that a guy of that side is carrying around, and you start getting some foot injuries, like that's worrisome. But we are seeing kind of more room for guys like that to get back in the league and make an impact, which I think that's the fun thing about it, is kind of the cyclical nature. Everybody started talking about kind of how everybody plays the same and how the game's getting boring with all the threes and all that stuff. But I think we are continuing. Like, everybody's always going to continue to try to find, all right, what's the next market inefficient? What's the next way to kind of change things and be different? Even as we kind of get more analytics on, okay, what is the most efficient way to play basketball? Having counters to that is always going to be important if you want to be the absolute best. And so I think we'll continue to see experimentation and things kind of going back to the way they were in some areas and continuing to evolve in others.
Let's take a complete shift the other direction. I want to speak to you about Creighton volleyball, because we spoke last week to head coach Brian Rosen. It was a phenomenal interview here. I believe we did it last Thursday. And, the top 10 in the AVCA, like the preseason rankings before the AVCA actual preseason poll came out, had 7 of the 8 teams in their preseason rankings that made the Elite Eight last year. And the one team that was left out was Creighton volleyball. And obviously they lose Ava Martin, they lose Kiara Reinhardt. But talking to Coach Rosen, he's still very confident in that squad and that group that they still have. What do you think it's going to take for a squad and a school like Creighton to just get kind of that initial on the floor? You know what? This program, they're always in contention in the NCAA tournament. Even if they're losing key pieces, we should be confident that this team is a top 10 team in volleyball. What do you think is going to take for them to get that respect?
Yeah, that's a tough one because on the one hand, I think they have gotten to the place where they do have some of that respect. I mean, to even be at 13,
sure,
considering what they lost, is a sign of, yes, we know that Creighton's going to be one of the best programs year in and year out. But also, you see a lot of what they accomplished kind of downgraded to a certain degree. It's really hard for them to move up in the poll once you get there, once you get into conference play, just because of, I mean, understandably so, how little respect there is for the Big East in volleyball. And you're like them sweeping through the Big East, like that's what they're supposed to do. It's not necessarily that impressive to kind of outside viewers because you got like 3 or 4 good wins in that mix, like the entire season. So that's kind of ultimately what they're combating to garner that respect is they have to get it done in the non-conference. And even if they're competitive against some of these best teams, if they don't get the wins, kind of like they did last year, there's a ceiling on where they can reach in terms of how teams view them or how other coaches and how media members view them from the outside looking in. But so it's kind of a weird spot. They've gotten to a place now where everybody thinks they're going to be good, but it's tough for them to prove that they're great unless they do bust through and make it to a Final Four and continue to make these runs. And that's ultimately, I think, what it is. It's just continuing to stack postseason runs because there is so little that they can prove during the regular season. Because even you can win some big non-conference matches. It's so early in the year, and that there's a lot of games in between then and in the tournament where they ultimately don't move the needle. So that's kind of that's the life of. I mean, you see at Gonzaga basketball, like how long did it take for them to get to that point where they're just chalked up there automatically, and nobody really cares what they do in their conference because it doesn't ultimately matter that much. They had St. Mary's during that run that kind of helped. You had a few marquee matches or marquee games throughout the year that people can point to and remind, oh yeah, Gonzaga's really good if they won those handily and things like that. But Marquette's not quite to that level, even though they are a good program and have gotten respect. But so that's kind of where Creighton finds itself is you just have to continue to prove yourself in the postseason, and then also with that success will come the recruiting. Like you're going to get some bigger names, whether it's transfer or like getting Aiden Ames. Like that's a big name in the portal that they were able to land from Texas. Obviously, one time committed to Nebraska, really talented middle blocker. So like that's what it's going to be. Is like you're going to have to continue to prove that success in the postseason, and then add quality recruits to kind of refresh what you lose, because they had their most recent run, they had a special group of seniors that graduated that set them up, and then they were able to kind of roll that over to last year where they did hit on the transfers. Annalea Mater ended up being a great setter for them and allowed them to not fall off from what they had with Kendra Waite, who's probably the best setter in program history. And they're able to make a run again last year because they did hit on those transfers. So now we'll have to see if Rosen and the staff can continue to pick the right players and hit in the portal and continue to develop and have that success that they can build off of.
Jacob Padilla of Herd at Sports, who covers just about every sport. Volleyball, talks about NBA so well, football, along with high school sports. Real quick, let's talk about high school football. The season starts officially in 2 days. We'll have, I believe it's 6 games going on across high school football, and then next week we'll basically have everybody playing. In relation to the Husker football season, Trey Taylor is kind of the turning point, maybe a piece of a really big spot of momentum for this Nebraska football program. The 5-star quarterback playing for Millard South. Obviously this news came out a couple of months ago that he was coming to Millard South and he was going to be their quarterback, and it was a big deal at the time. But now we are getting to the point where, okay, the one of the best quarterbacks in the country. The number one quarterback in some publications in the country is going to be playing Nebraska high school football this season. And next year, he could be playing quarterback for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Do you think that it's gone under the radar a little bit because this news that he's coming to Nebraska at Millard South happened a couple months ago? And do you think that this very quickly could pick up steam in terms of we're talking a lot about Millard South and Trey Taylor all the time?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, he gets out there and absolutely lights it up, and that's obviously going to be a popular topic. And it's an interesting spot. It'll be fascinating just kind of view how that looks moving forward, and just kind of the fan. You've got the kind of the old school high school football fans or fans of other programs that kind of bristle up at like this kid moving in from out of state and all that. But then you've also got the Nebraska fans that are probably stoked to see their future quarterback here in Nebraska, get a chance to go out and see him in person and play. But then also you've got the kind of the pressure of like, hey, you got to look like that dude every single game. Like if you struggle, if he had a few weeks, like, if he's out wherever in Indiana, Nebraska fans aren't going to see him have a bad game.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a little bit different here. So it's kind of the kind of the fishbowl aspect of it. It's just going to be a fascinating situation. We've seen Danny Kalin with WS here, and that was kind of an interesting season to follow because like it wasn't a great team around and didn't have the best season that people were expecting, and it's kind of like, well, we wanted kind of left something. Fans kind of wanted a little more there and kind of questioned a little bit there. It wasn't necessarily all under his control based on what he was dealing with around him. I think it'll be fascinating to see how good Millard South is. That'll shape part of the conversation as well. I don't think we're going to see, as talented as Taylor is, and I got to see him in 7-on-7. Like, boy, that guy can throw the ball. But the reason Millard South was so dominant last year was because of their line play and particularly their defensive line, but their offensive line is too. Like, nobody could touch like that offense last year, but it was ultimately nobody could run against them. Like Jet Tamale can put the ball wherever he wants because he had great protection up front. And then on the other side, negative rushing yards for the whole season. He had put 47 points or something for an entire season. Like, that is ultimately what made Millard South so dominant last year, because we've seen great offenses with a lot of offensive talent at the skill position in terms of quarterback, receivers. Like we've seen programs like that come through the years. We've never seen it paired with a dominant of a front as we saw with Millard South last year to go with that. So I think Millard South, they've got good players in the trenches. I don't think that they're going to have like a college, like a Division I or college player at every spot along both lines to the same degree that they did last year. So is Millard South they're just going to run by everybody, or is it going to be a little bit more competitive this year? I think there's a chance that that's the case. And I think that it'll be fascinating to see how that impacts the Trey Taylor conversation, because if Millard South just runs roughshod over everybody with this kind of guy that you just brought in for 1 year on his way to Lincoln, like probably people already don't like Millard South if they're not a Millard South fan and part of that community. Like if that happens again, it'll just even more so that'll be the case. But like if it's like if they don't run roughshod, well, people will be like, hey, why aren't they tearing these people up? Like, you got this quarterback supposed to be great. Like, so it'll be fascinating to kind of follow that story all season long, because we know Omaha Westside is a great program as well. They're really talented. Millard North, they got a couple Nebraska commits. They've got multiple future Division I guys that aren't committed yet. Creighton Prep, I think, has gotten a lot of run as being a solid program. So we'll see kind of how this season plays out. But the Taylor aspect does kind of add a wrinkle to it in a way that we've never quite seen before.
Yeah, I think too. I mean, Millard North played some really good football at the end of last season. I mean, Coach Burrell, kind of figured it out with that group, and they add Torrey Pittman. I think that'll be an interesting storyline as well. Jacob, thank you so much for joining us, my man. You give great detailed answers, and hopefully we'll have you on a couple more times throughout both Creighton volleyball and Husker football season, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, happy to be your wacky guest today.
Thank you, Jacob Dadilla, very, very much from Hurrdat Sports, covering everything under the sun. Great job, Josh Hudson. Team clap for Josh Hudson. was a great guest, Jacob Padilla. All right, real quick. I'm going to take a break here. I want to talk about some Husker football press conferences. I want to double back to my quick take that I had before the end of the hour because I don't want that to. I want to just expand on it a little bit more. Watch Kashir Whittington. I watched Keith Wade. I watched Brett Maher talk at their press conferences yesterday. I just want to give a couple opinions and kind of takeaways that I had about these guys. And then we're going to play a quick little game with Josh Hodson before we get to that. And then we'll go ahead and give you a dog of the day along with a what to watch tonight. All that and more coming up on Middays with Matt, 1620 The Zone.
Josh Hodson's boyhood hero was Hank Aaron. Matt McMasters was the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Now it's starting to all make sense. Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
All right, we're going to play a quick game here. 1620 The Zone, Middays with Matt. Josh, you're a big Braves fan.
I am. I'm watching the game right now. They might get swept by the Twins. Sad.
Obviously, I have locked into the Cubs recently.
They're starting up here. Don't worry, John. I'll turn the channel. Don't worry.
Well, I do have a coin.
A coin?
And I was gonna, I was thinking about being a Richard and being like, let's flip a coin, and if it lands on a certain person, we put the Cubs game on.
Oh, no. As I said, my Braves are about to be swept by the Twins. I don't want to watch them. They cause me internal pain.
All right, I'm going to flip a coin.
But God, I love them.
I'm going to flip a coin.
Okay.
If it lands on heads, we keep the Braves game on. If it lands on tails, we put Cubs stock.
Well, in 20 minutes when I leave the studio, it's just going to go to the Cubs game.
All right, we'll keep the Braves game on. All right. We'll keep watching Moana. I'm kidding. You care way more about your team than I do my team. So I think it's only respectful we continue to watch the Braves game. Big double play they turned, though, in the last inning. Thank God Josh Bell is slow as molasses. Couldn't get to first base.
He hit a tank yesterday, though. The game's on now. I'm sorry.
Well, no, that's why I was saying, no, keep it on. Look, it's your boy Michael Harris.
He's quickly becoming one of my favorite Bravos.
You wore his gloves, not his specific gloves, but his gloves that he sells to the public.
That's right, his Franklin batting gloves.
You put them on your hands.
Our neighbors at the Omaha Baseball Village was Franklin, and they were like, "You're a Braves fan, put these on."
Yeah,
it's like, sure, okay. Felt just like him.
You're a Buffalo Bills fan, put these gloves on.
I also, I didn't want to wear a hat. I also have his headbands that he has.
Like the ninja headbands that he wears?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, under his helmets and hats.
I do expect the Evo red, white, and blue headband to be worn on Friday when we're out on the golf course.
Whatever I got to do.
Which I think I might make a call into the pro shop to see if I can get on the course early before everybody starts showing up.
Love this.
What if you and I played 9 holes together while Happer and Schaefer were on the radio? They show up to go and broadcast at the clubhouse, and you and me are there at 5:30, getting some chips and putts in.
I got to take my kid to school.
Oh, screw your kid. Who cares?
I've been saying that for 7 years. Screw that kid. He needs more money.
They're back to school, by the way. Some people at the Omaha Storm Chasers are telling me yeah, it's a little bit like kids are back in school. I go, oh, I wouldn't know that unless somebody would tell me specifically that their child is back in school.
The last of them, the Omaha Public School children, go back tomorrow.
Oh, they're all okay. Yeah. And then
some of them went back today, depending on what grade they're in. Everybody's back tomorrow.
My mom had to drop my sister off at her college. Which shout out to my sister Lulu. Congratulations on starting your sophomore year.
Wow.
She sent a very heartfelt all right, now it begins. All 3 of you in different states doing different things, living different lives while it's just me and your dad back at home.
Oh, I see what's going on there.
And I was like, oh, it wrenches the heart a little bit. They're truly empty nesters now.
Call your moms, everybody.
I got a little sad reading that. There's just no one. There's no one home. She walks down. There used to be chaos going around. There used to be Beanie Babies being thrown everywhere. And now one of her sons has a kid, and the other one of her sons has a slight gambling problem. And it's just one of those things where it's life comes around at you fast. Tried making that funny. It's not a gambling problem. It will be if BYU doesn't get over 8.5 wins this season, though. Come on, Kalani.
I like them to win the conference.
Take me to the promised land, Bear Bachmeyer. Speaking about college football, some very important men for a very important college football team talked yesterday. It's the Nebraska Corn Huskers.
Oh.
I listened to Gunnar Gatula. I listened to Josh Shear Whittington. Listened to Jeep Wade and Brett Maher talk yesterday. Gunnar looks good. Let's just say that. He's just looking good, looking healthy, had the right mindset. He was asked a question. hey, how did you feel when they brought in all these new defensive line or offensive linemen? Were you like, oh, they're looking over me, like, oh, it's go time? Did you feel a certain way about it? Great answer. Gunnar Gatula, very well media trained. Team clap to the people who have media trained Gunnar Gatula. That was so bad. That was on me. That one's on me. He answered some pretty tough questions and went through some pretty treacherous waters, but still gave some really good answers. I was so impressed with Jashir Whittington. That guy, the way that he talks, just exudes confidence. You know, it's a very natural confidence he has. It's not overbearing. It's not braggadocious. It's not arrogant. But while he exudes that confidence and while he is very serious about, you know, him and slightly intimidating and very serious about him getting better as a football player, very detailed and articulate answers, you know, very well thought out. I mean, you could tell that this guy's he's a dog and he loves playing football, and you just have been hit over the head with a pan about how twitchy he is and how just naturally quick off the ball he can be. But there also is he's very, very, he just seems intelligent. He's a very intelligent guy, which now that's twice now where these new transfer portal guys have gone to the podium, and Owen Chambliss and Jashir Whittington. And you can kind of tell the presence that they carry throughout the building because of how they are at the podium. Like I said, I talked about this with Steve Sipple, where I said
he might join us tomorrow.
He might. And I said to him, I go, you know, I felt like you could feel Owen Chambliss like make the media members around him pick up their game a little bit because of just of how he presents himself and how intelligent he is and how focused and, you know, very intentional about what he said. You could feel, and if he's making the media members raise their level, what do you think he's doing to the players on the field? Which is why it doesn't surprise me that Matt Rule makes comments like he could overhear players talking about how great of a leader he is. Where Jashir Whittington, it's just like, I don't know, like you're looking at him and you're like, that guy believes. That guy believes in himself. You know, that guy just wants to be better. And I loved his answer. You know, Sam McEwen, team clap for Sam. Oh, he had some great questions throughout the entirety of the presser. Ask Jashir, hey, is there any, like, who do you watch? Right. I remember I interviewed Sam one time. I don't think he'd mind me saying this. I interviewed Sam one time for a project I was doing at the Code JMC. And I asked him, you know, what are some of the questions that you might ask journalists when you hire them? And Sam's like, I always ask people like, who do you read? You know, as a writer, who are you reading?
Good question.
Because Sam was trying to, you know, he's trying to explain like, if they're reading that person, that means that person is influencing their writing style in some sort of way. And I find it very informational about someone when they say who they read and why they read them. And he asked Jashir Whittington, who are you watching? You know, what are NFL guys that you try and resemble your game after? And obviously Whittington goes, you know, Donald, which they, you know, fairly similar stories in terms of smaller guys, played at Pitt, very twitchy, right? But then he went a step further. He could have stopped there. He could have cut his losses, or not cut his losses. He could have taken his W really and said, yeah, I watch Aaron Donald. But then he continued to talk about how he really watches guys who are 6 feet or 6'1", because that's who he is.
Oh,
and he's not watching guys who are 6'4", 6'5", and he's just not watching Aaron Donald. He watches as many 6-foot defensive linemen as he can, because he goes,
the taller, bigger person might not be able to do
exactly.
He might not be able to do that. Okay.
And
I never thought of that, but I'm not a ball knower.
And he explained how, like, I see a 6-footer do something on tape, and then I remind myself while I'm playing, hey, I got to do this because they were doing this. Or he talked about specifically with Donald how quick he always got off the ball, which is kind of Aaron Donald's thing. And I loved how this guy. Watch this press conference, Josh. This guy's big. He's got a deep voice. He's intimidating, right? And he's confident in who he is, but yet he just continues on this beautiful answer about like how he reminds himself while he's playing, hey, I got to be doing these things. And once again, it's not necessarily about the words, but it's about how is this guy presenting himself to me, and how would that look if he's presenting himself to his peers? And it's just he's just, it's hard to describe it other than he's it. I just think he's it. His personality is it. Now, let's be real. Got to play Big Ten football, baby. You know, ACC and the Big Ten are very different.
People forget
there's a world where this young man steps on to the scale, like he steps up to the plate, and maybe he isn't twitchy enough, maybe he isn't quick enough, maybe he isn't fast enough, right? And all those kind of tools maybe fall at the wayside because he can't match up physically with some of these players, right? It's just the reality of life, which is why, you know, people are a little bit more bullish and confident that Chambliss is going to exceed at the next level compared to him, because Chambliss is 6'3" and 250, right? Those things could happen to Whittington. But watching him at the press conference, right, and just kind of his mentality and how he explains things out and how he approaches things, it makes me a little bit more confident in what's going to happen, because he ain't trying to be anything that he isn't. And that was a real main message and theme from him. Talking about main messages and themes, Jeep Wade talked for about 10 minutes at the podium yesterday.
Jeep. We got to figure out some sort of Jeep pun.
Yeah.
For
Duckman.
Duckman. Okay.
Just put ducks on Jeeps.
Yeah.
So Duckman talked.
Leader in the clubhouse. Go ahead.
We'll take more if people have suggestions. But Jeep talked. Jeep Wave.
Okay.
Jeep Wave talked. And he did the standard Gunner looks good and Gibson Pyle looks good, and told you things about Pritch and told you things about Mubenga, and even mentioned some things about Calandria. But what I liked about this guy is that it wasn't necessarily about like the hand placement. It wasn't about the footwork. It wasn't about the get off. It wasn't about how big these guys are or long they are or how fast they are or anything like that. When he talked about these players, he talked about them as people. He talked about their mentalities. He talked about not getting in their way. And he really focused more so on the mental aspect of the player than the physical aspect of the player. And I think that is very, very different from the previous messages we were being told from the offensive line. It's a shift in philosophy. When Donnie would go up there and talk, he wouldn't give you a whole lot. But it would be a lot about feet and quickness and holding and progression as a player. Where this message, Jeep's message, is really more in tune to what Rule talks about in terms of the mental aspect of the game, the physical aspect of the game, the things that the hurdles you have to go through, like go over in your head. Said Pritchett needs to become more confident. I want to make things simple so I don't, knot these guys' minds up while we're practicing, on the field. I want Justin Evans to be more of a vocal leader. I see Anthony Calandria being, he's just the same guy every day, right? I kind of noticed that what Jeep preaches and what Jeep talks about is way more about the young man, way more about the individual. And if you want to, and that's why, listen, man, John Butler broke the one rule. He made the mortal sin of saying, don't tell me what the players can't do, and I think they had some guys in that department last year who they weren't on the same page in terms of how they look at the player and how they look at the team the way that the head man does. The way that Jeep talks about these guys, the way that Jeep talks about the mentals, the way that he details what he sees from players, it's a lot more in tune to what Rule is saying. Which, if you have an in-tune coaching staff and you have a coaching staff on the same path and you have that continuity and you have that consistency, I think you're more likely to get the results that you want, right? I think that's the same in football as it is in business. Same in radio. if we all here at 1620 The Zone don't have the same goals and we're not trying to accomplish the same things and we're not, acting as a team and understanding who we are as shows and stuff like that, right? Things are going to maybe not go the way that you want. Same
some
thing.
of us talk about sports, some of us don't.
Some of us talk about mac and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those things where in football, in business as a CEO, you want everybody focusing on the same goals as a business. And in football, I think, and in this coaching staff, you want your coaching staff kind of on the same level in terms of we're all looking at these guys the same way. When Jeep talks about the individual, when he talks about the young man, when he talks about the aspects of their growth that go past football, that's Rule. That's Rule. That's him and Rule being on the same page. I think that's important. I don't think you can overlook that. All right, hit a break here. We have a good nickname here from Nebraska 98 Pats. That's Bad Takes Doug, right?
A lot of you refer to him as Bad Takes Doug. I call him just Doug.
Doug goes, Jeep Wade, the Wrangler.
The Wrangler.
The Wrangler.
Mm-hmm.
I like Jeep Wave.
Jeep
Wave. Because it's Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
You know who I'm talking about. Wrangler could be like, the side patch they put on jerseys, like the alternate logo.
Mm-hmm.
You have the big Chicago Blackhawk, and then you have the Tomahawk. The Tomahawk could be the Wrangler.
If his unit is showing out this season, because if they're not, you can't call him the Wrangler.
No,
you can't. Like, he can't have a nickname that tough, that strong.
Yeah. If they're a bad O-line this year, then it's a duck themed nickname.
Mm-hmm.
Jeep lay an egg. I don't know. That's a bad one.
We'll figure it out. But we know we need to.
We need a nickname.
Yeah.
He's a nickname. He's a nickname guy. Nick Grimm goes, the Jeep Wave isn't real. It was a small town thing that was co-opted by Jeep owners because they're weirdos. Hey, Nick Grimm, my family owns a Jeep. We drive a Jeep Rubicon. When I'm back in Skokie, Illinois, and I drive by a Jeep on Pratt Road, I get the Jeep Wave.
You live in a village.
I get a Jeep Wave all the time when I'm driving a Jeep. That's a Nick fact. The Jeep Wave totally exists.
Nick in the chat says he used to drive a Jeep.
Okay, I currently drive a Jeep now, or drive a Jeep when I'm back home, and I get Jeep Waves all the time. So you can't tell me it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Maybe what we're exposing here is that Nebraska Nice is not a real thing.
You know what? This city, though, I do wave after I get in front of somebody if they let me in, and they do wave back here, and I do appreciate that. You have to wave back if someone waves to you. All right, a very quick what to watch and dog of the day coming up next year at 1620.
All right, let's go. What's watch?
We got Padres Mets on right now on MLB Network. Yankees Orioles at 5:30. Following that, it is the first day in Williamsport for the Little League World Series. I'll tell you that right now, Nicaragua leads the Dominican Republic 2-1.
Great job
in the bottom of the sixth. Very, very quickly, this is the one thing I want to tell you about. After the Little League World Series tonight, 8:00 on ESPN, living on the Michael Camarata story. The E60 doc tells the story of Michael Camarata, the youngest FDNY member to die during the 9/11 events, and the only number permanently retired at the Little League World Series. That'll be interesting to watch. And in the WNBA tonight, number 1 versus number 2 in the W square off as the Lynx take on the Valkyries, 9:00 on USA.
All right, folks, let's talk right now. I'm going to kill your bookmaker. I'm going to rip his throat out. I will blow this man out. I will step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you got to love dogs, right?
I think I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
This will be, they called me a madman if I end up winning this bet.
All right.
Okay?
I'm intrigued.
This game yesterday between these two teams was very close.
Whoa. Okay.
Okay?
Go ahead.
It was a very close game. And I don't know. This really good team is they're struggling just a little bit. Like, they don't look like themselves.
Uh-huh.
And if I was going to pick this other team to win this game, I'd probably pick it with the pitcher they have going against the pitcher that the other team has going, which all leads up to say is I'm going to pick the Colorado Rockies to beat the LA Dodgers tonight. This very well could end up being a Seattle Mariner Milwaukee Brewer game, and we might have the 4th ever 22-0 shutout in the modern era after tonight's game, especially after my ass picked the Rockies. But Roki Sasaki, I think maybe the Rockies could get to him, and Kyle Freeland could find some of that magic. He is a very veteran pitcher. I'm going to go with the Rockies to beat the Dodgers. That was a fun edition of Middays with Matt, USC, and the crossover coming up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.